1.
Good evening. Time is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Chairman Tim Toth. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Select Board this 26th day of April 2023 to order. Everyone, please rise. Join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Before we begin, I'd like to state for the record, not only are we being live streamed on our TCTV cable channel 8 and on our YouTube web platform, this evening's recording will also be available for later viewing on our YouTube channel. We have the following board members, staff, and expected guests. We do indeed have a quorum. My vice, Mike Curry, is participating remotely because work stole him away from us this week. Hi, Mike.
Tim, yep, yet again.
That's okay, sir. Jeff Bennett. This will be Jeff's last official board meeting. Alrighty.
Makes me wonder what he's up to next.
Terry Griffiths, Julie Richard will not be joining us tonight, and of course myself. Looking around the room, a number of our town employees, and I will try to recognize everybody. I'm going to apologize if I don't. I have Candace Graves, Parks and Recreation, Justice Graves from the Assessor's Office, Cheryl Richardson from the Collector's Office, Jackie Prime from Community Services, and our librarian here in town. I have some guests and visitor, Steve Castle hiding over in the corner. We have the full team from the TA's office. Mr. Kaplis, Mr. Uverard, Sheila Pelletier. Yeah, I do the first name, last name. Bob Bronson and Lynette Gabriella, representing of the veterans on a bunch of things that will be later this evening.
Maria.
I'm sorry.
Maria Barnes.
Maria Barnes, thank you. The gentleman to my immediate left in the front row, I don't know your name, sir.
Matthew P. Segni,
Oh, hi, Matt.
President.
And the two gentlemen in the back. Come on in, there's plenty of seats.
Joe Salata, Chair, Cemetery Board.
Welcome.
Attorney John Blake here for the hearing.
Okay. Very good. And if there's anybody else we missed, please. Oh, yes, and we have our legal representation online with us as well. We have a full schedule tonight. I'm hoping that we can keep things moving and moving and moving. And we will also have a visit from our legislative team. You have a time? An estimate on those, Adam?
All I know is Senator Goby's confirmed.
Senator
with us.
Goby's confirmed, but she didn't give me the time.
I don't believe we received that in our office, no.
Okay. So lots and lots of fun stuff. As always, our agenda for this evening has been published no later than 48 hours out as required by law, publicly available at our official source for town information, templetonma.gov. Although I have discretion as chairperson to add or remove from the agenda, it's been set to allow for time, personnel, resources, public awareness. I reserve the right to move agenda items around to best fit our business and our guests. Thank you for that. The Zoom rules of the road, the participants remotely know how it works. Please try to keep video up at all times. Raise your hand politely, break in, and I'll try to watch the big screen and see if I can catch the raise hand features. And for anybody who's never been to any of these formal meetings, welcome. We're glad you're here. I hope you find this to be informative. Sometimes we get a little entertaining, but I think tonight we have it's going to be a solemn faces, but that's okay. And without further ado, let us get into the meat and potatoes of our meeting. Approval of prior meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vice,
I move to approve the minutes of March 18th, 2023, and the minutes of April 12th, 2023 as presented.
have a motion on the floor.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussions? I did not notice any typos, errors, or omissions. Anyone else?
Great job.
Okay, hearing none, and we will take a roll call vote since Mr. Curry is participating remotely. Mr. Bennett? Yes. Ms. Griffiths?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you for that. We have no executive session minutes. Citizen input. Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Select Board members, Town Administrator Lamontagne, Assistant Town Administrator Young, fellow veterans and present guests. I'm Michael Uvard. I'm of 29 Berry Road in Templeton and a veteran of the United States Army. I am the current commander of Disabled American Veterans, Chapter 40 in Fitchburg. We provide services and advise disabled veterans in the Templeton communities. We are one of several veteran service organizations that support the town of Templeton that include American Legion Post 373 in Baldwinville, the VFW Post 5905 in Gardner, along with our surrounding DAV chapters, Legion and VFW posts. Tonight, you're going to enter into discussions into the future of our community-based veteran services program. My purpose tonight is to present a view on veterans and the state of veteran services within our town. I've pared my notes down to keep with your wishes, but veterans are a strange group. Most veterans tend to be homebodies, especially deployed veterans. They feel safe and secure in their hometown, call it their home base, and their home, and safe when they're at work. Let's call that their outpost. We travel to other locations that we may feel overwhelmed at times, on edge, our heads on a swivel, and we're ever vigilant. It's just uncomfortable. Veterans are the last to ask for help. It's in our DNA to help ourselves. When we can't help ourselves, seeking help is almost an admission of failure. We don't want to travel far, especially out of our town, to seek assistance. It's uncomfortable to be in a strange environment. I've personally gone to stores like Walmart and Market Basket and pulled into the parking lot, looked around, and driven away simply because it just did not feel right. It's not uncommon for veterans to feel this way. That's why community-based veteran services are so crucial. Over the last two meetings, this board has discussed the town's veteran services. I've heard some disturbing things. One of the things that irritates me most is when non-veterans perceive to tell me that they know what's best for veterans. Frankly, I find it insulting that someone who's not spent a day in a veteran's shoes seems to think to know how we feel. You have not gone through the sacrifices that we have chosen to take when we swore to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The sacrifices of missing birthdays, anniversaries, family gatherings, weddings, and holidays. The separation of distance through deployments that can last up to a year. Mine lasted 15 months. The pain of missing out on teaching your daughter to ride a bike, how to swim or ride a horse. No one other than a veteran can understand the sacrifices we have laid upon the altar of freedom. You have not earned the right to tell a veteran what is best for them. The first meeting that the select board had on this issue, I watched the town administrator get frustrated and tell the board, then you pay the veterans' bills. I've also heard tell that the administrator's office doesn't want to be bothered by veterans coming in for help on a routine basis. Imagine that, not wanting to be bothered by a veteran seeking help and assistance. Let me make this perfectly clear. As members of town government, we should be honored to assist a veteran. It should be our top priority. We've struggled retaining our last two VSOs. My question is, were the last two VSOs trained and certified by the state's Executive Office of Veteran Services? I already know the answer. How can we expect veteran service officer to perform their job if we don't ensure that the training and certification required to process Chapter 115 claims is completed in an expeditious manner? The Executive Office of Veterans Affairs is the only organization that can legitimately train the state's veteran service officers. It appears we basically handed them their job description and the keys to the office and wished them luck and told them if they needed a pad of paper and a pencil just to call out. Our employees deserve more than that. They deserve to be properly trained, certified if required, supported and encouraged. How do we ever expect to retain personnel if we don't offer them those basic of items? Did the town send out an introduction to the community welcoming our new VSO? Provide a biography of the new service officer to our veterans? Invite the local service organizations to meet and greet with the new VSO so that we could explain our services and what we provide for assistance. My organization alone, we have 5 chapter service officers who are trained and certified in the processing of VA claims. 3 of them live in the town of Templeton. Mr. Chairman, I submit that we have woefully failed our last 2 veteran services officers. When we fail one veteran, we fail them all. Mr. Chairman, 9 years ago, John Kaplis lobbied tirelessly to bring veteran services back in this community to provide our veterans the local access to the services they so rightfully deserve. Through aggressive outreach, he was able to expand assistance from 4 veterans under a regionalized program to 30 veterans under a community-based program. That's a gain of 26 veterans that were not receiving assistance who qualified. The board made a solemn promise at that time to keep veteran services community-based. Tonight, I ask the board, the town of Templeton, of which 3 members are fellow veterans, will you uphold your promise to these communities' veterans? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Ward. Any other citizen input? Bob?
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, stress what he's saying. It's really, really important. I come from a family of service sacrifice. Both my grandfathers fought in World War I, both my parents World War II, my brother and I Vietnam. My mother should have been able to be on chapter 115. I didn't know anything about it. My brother didn't either. And because there was no outreach at the time, we never found out about it. She ended up passing away in 2011 without ever being on chapter 115, which would have helped her immensely. It's not just a matter of veterans coming to you. It has to be that the VSO reaches out to veterans. Looked at the roster. We have approximately 800, of which 500 that we know about. We've got names for, but there's more than that in this town. If we have someone sitting in office waiting for people to come to them, then you're missing the whole point. They have to be able to be in this town, going to the service organizations and contacting veterans. It's really important, and I think it's necessary for us to have one in here. Now, we had talked last time I was here about possibly having someone, the next VSO, to have them have the state send someone down to do some training like that. That still is an option, as far as I know. I would like, especially with Lynette here, I would like to suggest that as soon as we have a VSO come here, is that part of their time, if she would take on, and I know she's doing this already with Corey and others, but if he could work with them to get the experience to learn how to do the 115s, rather than sitting here in an office wondering, how do I do this? What do I do? So 3 months of OJT, let them work with someone that knows what's going on. Get the state to come down here and do some hands-on training. There's training that they can do online, and that's good, but it's not the same as someone sitting beside you and saying, oh, that's not quite right. You need to do it this way. And this is the reason why. So I strongly suggest that we continue looking for a VSO, but this time, please give them the support that they need. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bob. I will address that. A couple of the things that you both had mentioned when we get to action item 6A
Thank you.
down the road. Mr. Kaplis.
I hold my comments till 6A, Mr. Chair.
Sir?
Thank you.
Hey, Tim, Mr.
Mike.
Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
we had that email from Matt Rivard asking, it's up to you if you want to read that into the record. It was an email that he had about the same issue.
I have that. Thank you for the reminder, Mike. I have that.
Okay, I can help if you want me to read it.
If you want, go right ahead.
All right. So Chair, board received an email from Matt Rivard, and it says, "Good morning, good morning. I'm reaching out to request you give serious consideration to item 6A on the agenda for Wednesday, April 26th, specifically to seriously consider voting no on this item. I am not in support of regionalization of our Veteran Services Officer with the City of Gardner. I would first like to point out that this is not only regionalization with the City of Gardner, but with multiple other area communities. The Veteran Services Director for Gardner already serves 5 communities. Adding a 6th to their responsibilities will only reduce attention provided not only to Templeton's veterans, but to the veterans of other participating communities. I understand that the contract has a provision for an administrative assistant for the VST to ensure that the office is open appropriate hours, but an admin is not the same as a VSD/VSO that has a greater experience working with the government and VA to advocate on behalf of veterans and their needs. A dedicated VSD/VSO will be able to provide specialized services to Templeton veterans, as well as better advocate for the benefits and services that our veterans need and require. Further, our local VSO is a key player in ensuring the success of activities like our Memorial Day celebrations, 9/11 memorials, and was overseer of our graves in town. A regional VSD/VSO will not be able to provide these services to Templeton as readily or focused as a local officer, and administration of these functions will fall to other areas of the municipal government that already taxes as it stands. Further, the regional office in Gardner will be a great inconvenience for our veteran community, especially for our veterans whose mobility is limited, for those who still work, quote, regular business hours, end quote, making the VSD/VSO office hours in Gardner inconvenient or unattainable. Veterans benefits will invariably suffer as a result of regionalization solely because the regional VSD/VSO will not have the time to dedicate to Templeton veterans like a local VSO does. My best argument for not regionalizing the service is simply because it's not the best interest of our veterans. I implore you to vote no on item 6A regarding regionalization of the Veteran Services Officer with the City of Gardner. Thank you for your consideration. Please read this letter during the public comments of the board meeting on Wednesday, April 26th, sent by Matt Rivard in his iPad on the 25th.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Any other public comments? Hearing none, we will go to introductions, new employees. There are none. Okay. Appointments we have in our package under item 5B. Library trustee, Maria Barnes. Hi, Maria.
Hi. Can I come up?
Sure. A quick introduction and background and
Hi, I'm Maria Barnes. I've lived in Templeton for 50 years now, 50 years this year. And I'm interested in the library. I read a lot. I used to work at the library when my children were small. I also worked at the library at the University of Massachusetts. I was active for a long time in the Friends of the Library. So when I heard there was an opening, I thought this would be something I could contribute to.
Fantastic.
awesome.
Welcome.
Did she say 5-0?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Fantastic.
5-0.
That's awesome.
Jackie looks excited.
Jackie does look excited.
Mr. Chair, is this an appointment that we make or,
Yes.
okay, what's the term of service? I'd be happy to make that motion. I just don't know what the term of service is.
Say 3-year term is what Jackie's signaling me from the back of the room. Holly said a year.
1 or 3?
I believe it's 1.
Okay. So would the tonight's appointment go to the end of June and then we would just do the reappointments?
That's up to the board. If you want to do it for another year to give her that whole year, that would.
Yeah, I would say let's close out this year. And then during the appointments, I know because I read Jeff's handbook that we do 3-year. So we can close out this year. And then if Maria kind of gives us the tip of the hat tonight by way of, yes, I want to be appointed come the annual appointments that are coming in a couple of months. I can just finish out the fiscal year by making a motion to appoint Maria Barnes to as a the Board of Library Trustees for a term expiring 31 June 2023.
Second that motion.
30 June.
30 June, sorry. I didn't do my little knuckle drill.
I have a motion made and duly seconded. Any discussion from the board?
The only discussion, Maria, so just, it's a procedure. We're just going to appoint you for the rest of the fiscal year. And then in the regular appointments, we'll with all of them together, we'll make sure that we'll give you the proper appointment at that point.
Thank you.
Any further discussions from the board? Hearing none, we'll bring this to a vote. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes,
Mr. Curry?
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
this is exciting.
Thank you, Maria.
so
I appreciate you
much.
stepping up. This
Yeah.
is how the community functions when we get folks involved. And Jackie is grinning in the back of the room for those who can't see her.
It's nice to see that.
That's great.
Absolutely. I'm going to make a quick rearrangement and we're going to bring up item 5C, the presentation by the legislative team next. Senator Goby, come on down.
And Nolan King is here from Rep Zlotnick's office because the rep is hard at work doing the budget. And the auditor said to say hello. I had a tough conversation with her today and she said to say hi. When you were mentioning about June 31st, I was chuckling to myself. There was a fellow that served for years on the wildlife board, George Derry. He was a wonderful guy. And if George really wasn't looking to have a meeting with someone, he'd always say, let's meet in Ripton on June 31st.
Oh, funny.
Neither of which exist.
Right?
I like it.
I'm glad to give the senator a great segue.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And we are very pleased to be here tonight to have an opportunity to recognize Jeff Bennett for his years of, he's shaking his head. I know sometimes it's kind of like the mob here in Templeton. You leave and then you come back. So I don't know, maybe you'll come back again, right? On another position, you'll see.
I can come back to haunt you.
Yeah. Never on.
He knows where your office is.
But for your years, many years of service, I'm not even sure exactly how many total between your time on the select board, your advisor, I mean, you served on a number of different.
7 years total on the Board of Selectmen and 5 on.
5 on advisory,
Yeah.
12 years.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Glutton for punishment.
Yeah. But it's so important to have people step up and, on the time that you've been on the board, on both boards, you've always been open to people. I know that sometimes, you don't always agree with folks, right? I don't agree with my husband all the time either, but you treated people with respect. And, that's important. Unfortunately, a lot of that's missing in the dialogue of today. And so it's nice to see a board that can function in such a way to be good to folks in the community and to do the work that's necessary. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Senate. I know Nolan has something from the House as well, Jeff.
Absolutely.
One thing to do a job at 12 because it's another to do it well.
That's correct.
Make them do a picture. He'll never volunteer. He'll never volunteer. You got to make him do it.
Oh, that
sounds
great. Yeah.
You guys first.
You guys first.
Okay, well, we're gonna do it.
You want to do it back here?
We'll put, yeah, well, in front of the. salvage. And we'll have you, unless you want to do it on all the money.
This
that
is
we
Jeff's
got.
day.
This is all Jeff's day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it over.
This is Jeff's day, not your day.
Yeah.
It's like your birthday.
Go like that. How's that?
You have cake? Is that cake?
Everybody say bear.
A couple.
That's a dog.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's a veteran, so Mike, I'm sure he's like not liking this at all, really.
No, no.
Thank you so
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, we love it.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon.
And before you go,
Yes.
just have a quick thing.
Yes.
This happened a long time ago, back in 2007. I was in the National Guard and I got a state check. I deposited it. And they called me and said it bounced. I said, it's a state check, blah, blah, blah. I called Senator Brew's office to ask about it. Never heard back from him. I called at the time Representative Goby, answering machine. I left a nice message. I'm very impatient. 15 minutes later, Ann called me, and I always call her Ann just because I do.
That's my name.
And she asked me, she explained to me why nobody was there. So I told her what I needed, what I was calling about. And I told her I've been calling this number in Boston for hours. I gave her the number. She said, I'll get back to you. Sure. About 20 minutes later, she called me. She said, where'd you get that number? I said, off the state website. She said, well, here's the lady's name and a number. She's waiting on your call. I called the lady's name and number. She told me, explain the situation to me. She gave me a man's name at Headquarters National Guard. I called him. He had my check. I went down and got it and come back. I have never forgotten that. I don't always agree with Ann's policies or anything, and I rarely agree with everybody on everything, but I have never forgotten that. And that's why I always vote for her, even though she has a D in front of her name. But I vote the person and another thing is, I was in Worcester, with my brother at a medical place. My mom was getting something done and in walks and I don't know if your sister, who she was with, but I went over and I talked with her and asked her how she was doing and if she was there for, she said, well, my mom's here having this. I said, well, I'm here for my mom too. So that's another reason that when I see her, I just refer to her as Ann. She goes everywhere. I mean, every
You do.
event you can possibly
You do.
think of.
You do.
You could have a watermelon seed spitting contest. She would show up, but she just goes
River
everywhere.
rat race.
And I appreciate that. And thank you very much, Ann. Okay. And take care of yourself.
Thank you,
They will.
Thank you.
On behalf of the board, we're always glad to see our legislative team when they come in. They're always bringing us
Yeah, we hope-
something nice. If not certificates, and we have a few of the big checks on the board behind you there.
Veterans issues that they're difficult. I serve on the Veterans Committee, and for the first time, I do have to say, I was very pleased with Governor Healy because for the first time we have a Secretary of Veterans Affairs. They finally elevated someone to that position. And
Thank you.
you know, we can't do enough for our veterans, there's no question, and we need to do more. Massachusetts still is the best state in the country for the services we provide, but it's never enough. When 1 in 4 veterans is homeless, it's not enough. And so we know that we have more to do, and any way that we can be helpful in the decisions that you need to make tonight. I know that Rep. Zlotnick and I will be happy to be as helpful as we can.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks.
Okay, next we will take, getting back into the order of the night, item 5C, the public hearing. Mr. Vice, would you
Yep.
make a motion?
Yeah, I will. Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we go into a public hearing for the representation of the first CP 29 Main Street LLC liquor license.
Second.
Motion duly made and seconded. Look, we need to take the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Meeting will commence at 7 PM. The way these work, it's generally a discussion, kind of the plaintiff, the respondent kind of a thing, so. You have any background?
You have an attorney Holmquist on for this item, Mr. Chair. Attorney Holmquist.
Yes, happy to.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Hi, members of the board. I'm happy to give some background on this issue. So we noticed this hearing due to a defect with the license that's held by First CP Main Street LLC, DBA Otter River Hotel. In that there's currently no manager who's been appointed by the LLC to run the business, which is a requirement of the law under Chapter 138. So in order for an LLC to hold a liquor license, they need to have a manager appointed. Unfortunately, it's under rather tragic circumstances in that the previous manager passed away, as I understand it, in December. But that said, without a manager, the business is technically in violation of Chapter 138. And so we noticed this hearing to take a look at the manager issue. Mr. Flick may be able to elaborate on this more, and I imagine he will, but I think we've also come to understand that it's very unlikely that this LLC is, so another important fact is that the LLC was dissolved in 2015. It's very unlikely now that the LLC is going to be able to reform or be revived, and without the LLC in existence, basically, it's impossible for the LLC to transfer its license. It needs a certificate of good standing to show the ABCC in order to transfer the license, among other requirements, and it just simply won't be able to do that. And so we're in a sort of tricky position in that the LLC, as much as all of the players involved might like to transfer this license to Mr. Piasecki, it just is going to be, it has to be done a certain way. And essentially, you would need to be able to revoke the license and then have Mr. Piasecki apply for a new license. And there's a few issues. We only noticed this hearing for the manager issue. And the ABCC, that's a technical violation, but the ABCC looks at it with some level of leniency. And so revoking tonight on that basis is not likely to be favored by the ABCC. And so one option is to suspend the license indefinitely until a manager can be appointed, or until it can be revoked in some other manner. The fact that the LLC was dissolved is a more major violation, and that is grounds for revocation. We didn't notice this hearing on the basis of the LLC having been dissolved, so we would need to notice a new hearing that requires 2 weeks notice in order to revoke on that basis, but that's certainly something that the board can consider doing. And then I believe that Mr. Flick and Mr. Piasecki have a sort of an alternate proposal that they can speak on, and I'd be happy to comment on that afterwards as well.
Thank you for the background on that, Ryan.
Good evening. My name is John Flick. I'm the attorney for the estate of Kenneth Buzzell Jr., as well as the attorney for Otter River Hotels LLC. I do not represent First CP 29 Main Street LLC. As far as I know, they do not have legal counsel. Mr. Buzzell, the decedent, was a minority member of that LLC when it did exist. I can only speak to generalities with regard to First CP. as far as Otter River Hotel LLC and their involvement, we can speak to that to some extent. I did speak with Ryan this morning, and we have gone through a lot of the various options that do exist. The LLC, from my vantage point, from what I've been able to view from the public record, as well as from some knowledge of Mr. Buzzell's business dealings when he was alive, the LLC is not able to be revived. It is beyond revival. For many reasons. So therefore, the LLC is not in a position to move forward to appoint a manager or to transfer the license. We cannot file a new application on Otter River Hotel LLC's behalf because there is currently a valid license at the same location. The ABCC will throw out the application until there is no longer a license at the facility, at the location. The reason I can say I represent both the estate and Otter River Hotel LLC is their interests are aligned in seeing Otter River Hotel LLC become the eventual license holder, but they have to be able to file a new license. So therefore, we need to go through an orderly process so that the establishment will no longer be lawfully licensed before a new application can be filed. It's an unfortunate situation in that it would require the location to be unlicensed for a period of time, which means no alcohol sales. But we hope that working with this board, once a new application is filed for a license and the ABCC, that we can make that as short as possible, given that the business has seen some success since Otter River Hotel has made some significant improvements to the property. All of that being said, given that this meeting was noticed for the manager issue, the notice was sent to my office. I have no legal representation for First CP 29 LLC. The notice really needed to go to the last known registered agent. We're not going to, I don't know if anybody's even going to contest that. But what our proposed solution would be were the town to notice the LLC properly regarding and giving it a deadline. Our suggestion would be 30 days to May 31st to apply for either a new management or a transfer, the appointment of a new manager or a transfer. If the LLC were not to move forward with such an application, then the license would be suspended. I would actually recommend not be suspended, but be revoked effective at midnight on June 1st of 2023. That 30-day period of time, alcoholic beverages, etc., which can be a considerable cost, would also allow the because we cannot even submit that application to the town until there is no longer a license at the location. So if the license were revoked by the town effective June 1st, we could then submit an application on June 1st and get into the queue for the proper public notice period, a proper public hearing before the Board of Selectmen, and then submission to the ABCC for its vetting and consideration. So that is what our proposal would be on behalf of both the estate and Otter River Hotel LLC, that the town notice First CP LLC regarding a deadline of May 31st to submit an application to appoint a new manager or revive the LLC, neither of which will happen. From my vantage point, I can't speak for the LLC, as I said, but from what I've gathered, I do not believe that will happen. If that does not happen, then the license could be orderly and legally revoked, and Otter River Hotel LLC could then could submit its new application.
Thank you for that. Ollie, can we email these documents to Mike? Because I know he doesn't have them in front of him.
No, I have them.
Okay. Okay.
I have them.
Very good. Very good. I just wanted to make sure you're on board with us, Mike.
If I may, I would like to add, just in case the question does come up, there is currently in place a valid and paid up liquor liability insurance policy. So as far as any operational requirements that are set by Mass General Laws, Chapter 138 and the ABCC, those requirements are being met. All distributors have all been paid in full, and there is a valid policy in place.
I can confirm that as well. It's in our file.
So which one is the best situation for Matt to succeed? And I know Matt Piasecki and I want to help him.
What we proposed, that would allow the orderly wind down, transition to a non-alcoholic establishment for a period of time, completion of the license application, which we have relatively, little left to do to get that filed. But that would, in our opinion, be the best solution from our vantage point.
So you're saying to close the hearing and
Renotice a hearing for,
option one?
or give 30 days, give till 11:59 p.m. on May 31st to submit an application for a new manager, which would require the LLC to come into full compliance with state law, become back in good standing, not office with the DOR and the Department of Unemployment Assistance. And that's a heavy task.
You're confident.
We are. Very.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to comment. I have spoken to Chief Bennett. I'm not speaking for him, but I've spoken to him about this. And he agrees that the business is being run very well. And I believe as the local licensing inspector, that he would be fine with this proposal.
Thank you for that.
And again, I watched this gentleman grow up, Mr. Piasecki grow up, and he's always been a great person. Good reputation.
I can say something, the improvements in the area for where they purchased the building and everything, it's leaps and bounds, because I mean, I drive by it every day. It's exciting to see the change. How well they're taking care of it, and it's been busy, it's a good thing.
I've heard some conversations around town, the first time that building's been painted in many years.
I just drove by today.
Is it still red?
Yeah. Remember, this is a hearing. We're not supposed to be deliberating.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No, I'm fine.
Any questions, Mr. Rice?
No, I don't have any questions. I think John and Ryan did a great job. No, I thank them for their entries.
Mr. Chair, can I just make on Mr. Flick's proposal,
Yes, please.
just for your information? So I think that overall it's a totally fine plan. I think it does allow the violation to continue for a bit longer, but like I said, the ABCC is typically pretty lenient on this type of violation. And it wouldn't be unprecedented. The only thing I would say is that we can't have it automatically revoke on
Right.
at 11:59. We would need to notice a new hearing. To the extent that there's risk from doing this, it's really borne by the business rather than the town.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Vice, I believe at this point we would close the
Yep.
hearing before
Yep.
we make our final decision.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would move close the public hearing concerning the issue of the First CP 29 Main Street LLC liquor license.
Second.
Motion duly made and seconded. We'll bring this to the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths,
Yes.
Mr. Curry.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Hearing closed at 7:15 PM.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vice,
I would move to order that the licensee appoint a new manager satisfactory to the board before May 31st, 2023. And further, to authorize the town administrator to notify the licensee in writing that the board will hold a hearing to revoke the license for violations unless a new manager is appointed before May 31st, 2023. And to authorize town council to draft a decision capturing the board's discussion and vote, and authorize the town administrator to sign said decision and send notice of the decision to the ABCC and the licensee as required under Chapter 138 of Massachusetts General Laws.
Second.
thank you for that. Motion duly made and seconded. Any discussion by the board?
My only discussion is that I want to preserve, Matt stepped up and I hear he's running a good shop. And I too have driven by and have done a double take. So I'm super glad that we're looking to get through this with as minimal impact to one of our emerging local businesses. So I'm pleased with the direction.
Thank you for that. You just about read my mind. I was going to do the same thing. We're at this juncture stance. And I don't believe it is the intent of the board to, close down to keep the business in town, work with them. And as Attorney Holmquist has indicated, this is one of those DC kind of looks a little lightly and, there is some discretion available to us. So yes, I agree. This is our best action. Any other comments from the board? Hearing none, this to a vote. Motion duly made and seconded. Option 1 in our packet. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for all.
Ryan, thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
See you around.
Up next, item 5E, presentation quarterly reports. Quarter 3 FY23 community services. Hello, Jackie.
Hello.
You're on deck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Go ahead.
Matt, you said, read this thing aloud because I'm not going to be at the meeting late. I read that from DC and you have the gall to show up.
Oh, I'm glad he's here.
take my son to baseball
All right.
I was going to say,
Past
Mr. Vice,
granted.
in
Past
Mr. Rivard,
granted.
I was
Thanks
going
to
to say, in
Candy.
Mr. Rivard's defense, I knew he was at his son's baseball
All
practice
right.
tonight, and he wasn't sure if he would get here.
I'll let it go this time, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Matt.
Tim, how are you?
And I thought you were gonna say how glowing Jackie was. What is up with that? She's glowing.
Jackie,
Come
you are
on.
glowing.
Not crossing the lines.
Okay. For the library, this quarter saw both an increase in story hour attendance and the return of Templeton Elementary School class visits to the library. So that's been great. Work took place on the fiscal year 24 budget requests for the library, senior services, veteran services, cultural council, and historical commission. And those were submitted and reviewed by the town administrator as well as your board and advisory during the Saturday workshop. I submitted the senior services and library annual reports for fiscal year 22. Our library assistant Luann came up with this idea for a weekly stitching group every Monday morning. Tim walked in on it this week. She's done a great job leading it, and so we already have a maximum of 15 participants and several names on the waiting list. She's got things planned out for the next year, which is great. We had a Narragansett Middle School student design and place a clothing donation box at the library as part of the Cradles to Crayons effort, and that was filled up in no time. And I attended the pre-construction meeting regarding the senior center roof project. And we also held a farmers market planning meeting during this quarter. So if you have any questions about the library and
Just two quick comments. It was totally unexpected Monday. It was nice to see some familiar faces. And I
Yeah.
can tell you from the perspective of a fifth grader in the pre-K over at Templeton Elementary, his only complaint about the story hour is they have to walk. He wants to ride the bus. I told him that's something to take up with his teacher.
maybe when the weather gets nicer. he
Yeah,
won't mind
no,
so
they
much.
enjoyed it. They really do enjoy it.
I do too. It's
And did I read farmer's market starts the 25th,
Yeah,
free?
May
free?
25th. It's going to be free to the vendors. We're hoping that'll attract some folks that, might otherwise feel like it's not really worth taking the risk. So we're going to shake a lot of trees to get some people there. Hope it's a good season.
Me too, thank you.
Over at the senior center, staff has attended some workshops on fuel assistance applications and SNAP benefit applications. They see a lot of folks that need help with that. Cindy completed and submitted the EOEA annual report. There's some funding tied to that, so that's a big report every year. The center provided some meals, 3 of which were funded by ARPA monies. We were able to hire one of our former COA board members as a temporary activities coordinator. We're really thankful that she stepped up because it's been kind of a struggle for the rest of the staff to absorb the duties of that position since it's been vacant. Gail Noel continues to be busy with Shine appointments. We had this really great program. We had 2 volunteers who were trained tax preparers through AARP. And they held appointments for 4 weeks at the center to assist seniors with free tax preparation.
Wow.
It was really, really well received, and we're hoping to do that again next year.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Talk with the town was held with some different guests from town government answering questions. Our East Templeton Cub Scout Pack 27 spent an afternoon making crafts with the seniors, which was great. Intergenerational stuff's always a lot of fun. And yeah, the beginning again of the roof replacement project. And then I included statistics regarding social service interactions, attendance, volunteer hours, and rides provided. And as you've seen in the and now as of this week, so that's great too. The roof project went pretty smoothly and it really didn't impact the center for too long, so that's great.
On the stats, are we seeing a steady increase? Have we leveled? I know when we were in the COVID lockdowns,
Oh, yeah.
it all but stopped.
Yeah, I will try to put that together. I think it's attendance at activities, that's probably pretty, and volunteer hours. Although those increased during the. So I'll put that together next time. That would be a good exercise to see the change there.
Thank you for that.
And that's all I have. I have Lisa here from the Cultural Council for her report.
Hi, everybody. Good thing. No, I don't like this, so here we go.
Oh, we like seeing you.
Oh,
That
and
helps
I-
you
it's great.
relax.
I learned so much course, you know, I'm Lisa Dembeck for the Templeton Cultural Council. I'm the chairperson. This quarter, we get grants and a lot of things really in our town happen more in the spring, summer, fall. But 27 applications. I'm not lying. 27 applications. And we approved 22 and there were 5 denials. So those all went out and we're happy. And then we had we sponsored Cabin Fever for the Narragansett History. And we did have a St. Patrick's Day celebration with a violinist for the senior center, but we had a major snowstorm that day, so gonna reschedule, but I figured the violinist was probably very booked, and so I'll have a and then in the past few months, we scheduled 3 bands for our revive that we started the past couple of years. Thank you again for approving my application and to use the bands. And of course, as I always say it every time I sit here, we need volunteers always for our group. Way get to see some good stuff and a highlight of what's coming up in June. We're going to have 25th. We're going to have Bridgewater Antiphonal Brass Band August 20th and another band September 17th. We're hosting a tea at the Historical Society. That's kind of a mixed bag. We supply the entertainment, but then the local church ladies provide all the food and the service. So it's Pat Gale, and she's kind of organized all the church ladies, and they all make the sandwiches and the baked goods. But we're going to have a jazz duet out in the gardens at the Society. It's beautiful there, so if you want to have tea. We haven't really set a theme yet. Some people don't like themes, some do. So we haven't. Our next meeting we'll discuss what. And other than that, that's really all I have to say. But I want to thank you again for approving our application and giving us.
Thank you for doing what you do.
As you said, this is your breather time of year, which is really cool. How many of the 22 seats are currently filled? I know this is one of the largest within the community.
We don't have 20. We have 8 people on our committee.
Okay, but I believe we're authorized.
Correct, yeah. So it would be really great to have, we have a lot of new people in town and everything would be really excellent because, the more people you have, why don't we try this or, so it would be great to, plus I'd like to have people come in because and you can't come back, you have to take a year off. So if we can get people kind of up and running and they feel confident and stuff. So, we've all just re-signed up like in the past year. So we got a little time, but it would be nice to have like people and, to help and find some other things to do for the town.
Great. Volunteer for some of these positions. And this is the one unique one where it's year 7, you have to take the 1-year hiatus.
Yeah, and then you could take the year off.
And that's by an MGL. It's not a local.
Too often, then they come back.
Yep. Perfect.
So, it's great. And then we encourage all of our members to try to go to a lot of the things that we have. So some people go to high school, whatever they can do.
Yep.
Another service to build If you like to have fun,
And to be creative.
On
you-
down.
yep, and be creative.
It helped me come out of my shell a little bit because I had never done anything like this. So if you're looking to be and learn to do some of this stuff, then it's a good way to get your feet wet.
Thank you. I'm a dreamer, but I don't, right now I have a full plate. I love coming up with fun things to do, but no time to implement.
We're all set.
I'm all set.
Thank you. Great job.
From the, senior center.
Okay, I'll give it to Pat.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And then we have.
Good night now.
Good evening. Hello,
Good
Steve.
evening, Steve.
Cultural Council does a great job, don't they?
Like so happy today, the 6-minute news clip.
That was pretty cool.
That was freaking awesome.
Anna and Logan. So hopefully many more. Perfect. So good news, our YouTube and Facebook views are way up this quarter. The meeting. And I think that's great. A lot of our hits still come from collector time videos and other. The Northeast has made its annual migration to the top of the list because I think birds are out and people want to know what those calls are. So every year we see that. And I don't know if you notice, something that we're doing is creating more news style headlines and summaries of meetings. And I think people appreciate that. And our new show was on the way, but our crew scooped me on that. For that, and speaking of that, there's a movement afoot, and it's being called civic information to replace local news.
Oh.
Because in many instances, local news has disappeared. Papers.
Yeah.
And there's a paper out called The Roadmap for Local News, which I'm going through and creating an executive summary. I'd like to send your board's way and the advisory committees. I'll send it to Adam first, of course. That outlines ways to get information out to the public and to partner with other entities. Really presenting the resilience of a community based on the health of its information resources. So I think we already do a pretty good job in some areas. There's ways that we can do it better. I encourage you to read that paper and the executive to you, and maybe some of the highlights in the paper so you don't have to go through the whole thing. And I think that there's good information in there, the ways that we both can work together to engage the public and get more people. And I think that would be really good. We're researching the streaming surcharge bill that could help fund us. Bill, I was speaking with Senator Goby out in the hall about that, and she filled me in a little bit more what's going on with that. So I'll have more information on that in the future. We're doing digital equity planning with Phillipston and Royalston. We'll see where that goes. And we should have mass hire interns in the summer, mass hire paying high school interns for 100 hours of work. So we signed up and said, send as many as you like. So we're gearing up more for our website, Montechusett TV, and the digital lab that we're running in conjunction with Wachusett Business Incubator right now. In Gardner, we have a new program coordinator coming on hopefully next week or the week after. And we're in discussions with the chambers of partnerships and so forth. I still have to get together an RFP or an RFI that Adam and I were discussing so that we this. And this is one of the things in the roadmap for local news that they recommend highly, because we can't do it alone and we need help. So we're also considering a digital equity partnership grant application, which is very involved, but that could actually get kind of a digital lab for us because we could hire people with that, you know, a full-time person or two, possibly. So the bad news is our cable subscribers are down, probably to no one's surprise, but we lost 200 in the last year, and it's gone from 50 to 100 to 200. So you can see where it's going. And there's a lot of other clear indicators that people are moving away from cable. I hope it plateaus a little bit, but I think we have to have some serious discussions about possible pay on YouTube, or I would, if I could. But right now, cable subscribers pay our bills. And
Oh,
it becomes an issue of equity and fairness. So we have to have some sort of membership program or a paywall or something in the future to offset those costs. Maybe the streaming surcharge bill that's supposed to take 5% from the streaming revenues
Mhm.
in the state will present that equity to cable subscribers, but it's an issue. And I think we need to address, and this is something that I'll be addressing with the digital equity planning as well. We have some equity issues in this town, they're looking a lot at socioeconomic things, which are great, but we have issues, I think, as a community as a whole with digital equity. We could use more of it.
yep.
And in that particular case with cable, I don't think it's just our community. I think this is a nationwide trend. It is, and it's down 10% across the state. It's in the same boat right now. Wow. I think puts more urgency on that streaming surcharge bill
Mhm.
to help fund us. And I mentioned that to Senator Goby and Paul as well. So hopefully that has bipartisan support. Hopefully that will move through.
Good.
Very good.
I know the MMA wants us to write to our congressman for that.
Yeah, and also the advisory committee asked me to brief them on some of those bills. There are actually numerous bills
Yes,
floating
yeah,
around
yeah.
the legislature,
no, Francis.
state legislature that I've been trying to track. So
Because it's a mixed bag. Some are good, some are not good.
yeah, and and I'll prepare a report on those as well.
I'm excited about that. And all I can think of is a joke, and I don't want to disrespect your your.
So my only question, I know Songbirds of the Northeast has migrated back to the top, as you said. Is Tonka Toy still beating them out in numbers, or is it a closed battle? Gotta be on a Tonka Toy collector website somewhere, I tell you. It gets 2,000 views every quarter. Well, so, and every time I turn on our TV server, well, not every time, I keep seeing it. It's like, oh, there's the Tonka Toys again. So.
Okay, I gotta tell my Joe. What's the best channel to watch fly fishing? Live stream.
Ah, I like that, but I'm bummed. Now we need a fly fishing. Any questions? No, thank you for that, Steve. Any questions, Mike?
No, I'm good. Thanks a lot, Steve.
You're welcome. Up next, our finance team.
Justice's first meeting.
Hello, Kelly.
Kelly. Hi, team.
Hi, Tim. How are you tonight?
We're doing well. And in no particular order, you're on the top of the pile in our packets.
Okay. So good evening, everybody.
She froze.
What's the days?
Kelly,
Yes,
You froze up.
you froze up. If you can hear us, it may help if you turn off the video.
Maybe have Cheryl or
Yeah.
Justice go.
Yeah, we'll just rearrange.
I can go
Are-
first.
am I here now or no?
Kelly, do it without video. Your bandwidth is not good.
Okay,
He's in her car.
Is she going shopping?
okay. Let's see if this is better. So Nancy and I went to Nancy went to the conference with me also. So she was able to learn quite a bit about, the process, of what's happening in the accountant's office and give her more experience, and also to kind of give her a full rounding of what the full position of an accountant falls under. We're in the process of working with Paychex, our payroll company, to implement all of our benefits within the payroll system. This will enable when we have a new employee that comes in, typically now we have all of these different forms that have to be filled out for their benefits. They'll be able to do it online with one form, and it populates to all the benefits. So there won't be all the multiple, filling out forms as we all love to do with our jobs. Rest of the quarter's just been kind of our regular day-to-day stuff. For the expenditures, we're really doing very well. There's really nothing that's out of whack for the third quarter of the year. We are winding down, but we're, still in really good shape. We don't have any department that's, hurting or had any major issues. And the revenue trends were at 75% of the budget for the third quarter, which is really where we're supposed to be. It's still a little lower. Light and water, we had the problem where I had decided to bill them quarterly and they didn't want that. So I billed them, monthly again. But I don't know what happened, but the light bills didn't get paid, but the water did. So we're worked on that, and they've just sent a big bunch over for payment. So that will catch it up. Other than that, that's really all I have. You will see in the packet that I also included the pages of the special projects and what's happening, and with all the bids that have come in, and with the spring coming, all the projects are pretty much moving along, and I think we'll be using a lot of those funds by the end of the year.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Justice, we'll move on to you.
All right. So in the assessor's office for the third quarter, questions regarding everybody's real estate assessed values really picks up because the third and fourth quarter tax bills just came out at the end of December at that point. And it is also the period for when abatement applications can be accepted for real estate and personal property. This year, the board approved 5 real estate applications for abatement and 2 personal property abatements. Also in this quarter is when our real estate exemption period also closes. A little less than last year, just under 200 exemptions were granted by the Board of Assessors this year, totaling just around under $105,000. It's down approximately $6,000 from last year. And a lot of that is due to lower applications for our 41C. That is our elderly, our over 70 applications with income and asset guidelines. New construction is still going on, and we were able to, this quarter with our values unlocked, to put in all of the new assessed values and start working on those, and to start getting figures for new growth, as well as to start working on supplemental billing. Several supplemental bills came out in this quarter, totaling an additional $27,400 in additional tax revenue approximately, and about $700 in community preservation funds were also committed. There were also 3 revised and 1 omitted bill that were issued in this quarter, totaling roughly $88,700 more. The largest motor vehicle excise tax commitment also came out in this quarter of over 8,000 bills that are sent to us from the registry to process. That brings a lot of questions and a lot of people coming in for abatements. And we also received commitment to, and we're able to work on that towards the end of March. The Board of Assessors are also still waiting to, and this is an update from the previous quarter, hear back regarding an appealed ATB case to the Massachusetts Appeals Court. It is the board's hope that a decision will be made soon. That is still an ongoing item. Mapping changes for all plans that were filed in the Worcester Registry of Deeds have been implemented from the previous calendar year. And everything is now sketched and marked up on our online services. New owners are still being, if you buy a property and you are deeded that property, we are still updating that in our system, and our system is updated online several times over the year to reflect that. But just know that all the plans are only updated once per year. Doing many building visits. And we also apportioned 2 Title V loans that were approved by the Board of Health for fiscal year 2024. Other things that went on during the quarter, I was sworn in as a notary public, and I took classes in February and March towards my Massachusetts accredited assessor certification and passed all those 3 classes. There are 7 required in total to earn the designation. And other than that, Luann also attended the MAAO winter meeting and a required use PEP course.
Justice, can you remind me what ATB is?
ATB stands for the Appellate Tax Board.
Okay, thanks. Congratulations, your first presentation. Yay. Nice
Nicely done.
job.
This becomes the busy time of year for our financial team offices. Any questions, Mike?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Justice.
Very good. Thank you for that, Justice. Cheryl, you're up.
All right,
Hello.
so like you said, the third quarter is always the busiest for us in our office. We have property taxes, a sewer bill out, and the biggest commitment of the year. All due at the same time, so it's pretty much just opening mail and posting payments, which really isn't a bad thing, but it is pretty busy and not a lot of anything else really gets done. Just a reminder, property taxes are due Monday, as well as a second commitment of motor vehicle, that's due Monday as well, if anybody's got their second commitment bill still unpaid. We had, like he just said, we had over 8,000 bills mailed out for motor vehicle alone, so we were busy just taking in payments. We did have a land of low value auction in January. There were 4 properties, 3 ended up getting sold, and 1 turned over to the town because it wasn't sold. There were 2 on Second, 1 on First, and then there's a piece on Alexandria across from the high school that was turned over to the town. Reminder notices were mailed out to anybody that's in tax title. We didn't really get much of a response from that, which I was a little disappointed. We usually do, and we can clear up some of the properties in tax title, but I don't know why we're not getting the response we usually do. We had 107 MLCs mailed out during the quarter, and just the collections are there listed below for what we had for the quarter. I just wanted to say we had been having trouble with the mail. A lot of people said they didn't receive their motor vehicle bills. I ended up checking into calling the Postmaster General. A lot of mails, residents are coming in and saying they're getting multiple mail in their box. Their neighbors.
Yep. Ripped,
And-
oh my God,
Yeah.
dirty, ripped.
I can't control that. Some people don't talk to their neighbors, so the neighbors won't give them the mail. I don't know how we solve that problem, but we just recently started getting correctly addressed mail returned to residents. So again, I've talked to East Templeton, I've talked to Templeton. With the PO box, when it goes to what they call the plant, so the mail leaves here, it either goes to Boston or Shrewsbury, and it has to come back. They think at the plant is when this issue is happening with the PO box. So people get they mail their bill timely, it gets returned to them, and they end up having excise, a fee or interest added on. And we don't know it until they come in and tell us. So I don't know what we're gonna do.
there's nothing we can do. But I did contact Postmaster General
Mm.
and put in a complaint, so
Mm.
we'll see if anything gets done. It's not a good situation.
I wonder if
No.
they have
But we need to
machines
rely on
sorting.
the mail.
Fingers crossed, though, in the last month, I've had mail addressed to a family in Beckett and in
Oh, really?
Arlington. It's like, how the hell did they end up here in Templeton at my mailbox?
Yeah,
I
So
got
get
mail
on,
in
it's
my-
like, sorry, guys, mispitched, send it back.
I got
but it
mail
does,
in
it
my
has to
slide.
leave here, we put it in this box and it either goes to Boston or Shrewsbury. And then it comes back. So that's what they're telling me. And they think it's at that plant where it's getting sorted. That the
Mhm.
issues are
You wonder if
happening.
it's a machine or something.
Yeah, so. But other than that,
Bring back the Pony Express. though.
you can put it in the Dropbox, you can pay online.
Start a new one, Alpaca Express.
That's all I have. unless
Thank
anybody has
you.
any questions.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, can I give you my?
Mr. Chair, I had one thing.
Go ahead.
Cheryl, when you, in your report, when you've got land of low value, if, as long as it's not like a large roster, in future reports, are you able to list the properties?
Oh,
Or
yeah, I can.
it
And
would,
we
you
won't,
know,
we won't be doing any more land of low value probably.
okay, you just like, if you wind up having, action or whatever, unless it's not, violating privacy or otherwise, I'd like, well, you know what, I mean, I guess keep going. I just, for some of the, as it appears in the packet, I'd like to be able to know what the addresses are of some of them, but I guess that can be a phone call or a follow-up question.
I can do that, yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Hearing none? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Job team.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Kelly.
Bye.
Up next, item 5G. Action regarding Templeton Municipal Light and Water request to postpone the East Templeton Roundabout project. Hello?
I don't know.
Nice Scott.
Good evening, everyone.
Scott says, I don't want to come up front.
Nope.
Please don't make me come up front.
Oh, God.
Quiet peanut gallery. You want me to start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Did everybody receive the letters that I sent into?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Completely, very well written.
Thank
Yep.
you, thank you. So our biggest concern at the water department is just, as we all know, the water pipes are old in town. We're looking at 70-plus-year-old pipes down there in the intersection. Traffic is terrible now. And there will be more water main breaks in that area in the future. Because of high pressure, fragile pipes, old pipes. It is gonna happen. And I think we all know how intricate these new roundabouts are getting with granite curbing, cement, brick, one-way traffic. When water break happens, after that roundabout is built, it is going to be quite a feat to fix. Traffic is gonna be terrible. It's gonna be expensive, it's gonna take a long time. We as a water department aren't gonna take responsibility for the granite work, the cement work, the brickwork. It's beyond our capability, we're such a small team to fix. So the commissioners all agreed that we should ask for some emergency funding from Senator Goby. In order to get funding, we're gonna have to push the project back and it's scheduled to start construction pretty quick. So we look at it as if we can postpone this project a year, possibly two, depending on how fast things can go. In the end, it'll be a much more reliable state addition to the town.
that would just be better for the town. That's really what we're after, just a more long-term fix than having a Band-Aid broken pipes after such a structure is built on top of it. We had a water main break there last year. And because we actually had 3 consecutive water main breaks all in a row. And it took us 2 days to fix that break because of the intricacies of pipes joining special parts that we didn't have in stock. Things like that. And it was just a wide open intersection and traffic was still very difficult. So I have the map that I supplied you guys.
Yep.
I can point out where that break was on that map. And then you judge for yourself what it would be like when anything, even in the close area of it, is gonna break again. It was pretty much right under the center of where the proposed rotary is gonna be. It's where the water main comes down from. Would you like me to show you?
Sure. I don't know if Mike can get it online. Not right. That's right.
Oh, it's a little bit easier. It's basically right here.
Was that by the crossroads? The one by-
No, it was more towards the intersection of Campbell.
I don't know if people can see it.
That's not helping.
Sorry.
I can tell you what it looks like and
You
it's.
getting
not-
dizzy?
Yeah.
You dizzy?
Hey, I'm sorry, Terry, but Mr. Chair, point of order.
Go ahead.
Terry, we gotta ask the chair, rather
Oh,
than
yeah.
you guide the conversation, if you could just make sure that rather than blurting it out.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Any comments, Mr. Lumberton?
Mr. Chair.
Good.
I know you haven't been on the water department that long, but this thing has been on paper for over 10 years. And I am the Board of Selectmen's representative to MRPC, MJTC, and the MPO. I attended meetings when they were discussing this a year, maybe 2 ago, but I made the point of asking to push this project further down the road and move Route 68 up. Our DPW Director Bob Sozik did it. The town administrator was at a meeting. They said no. One of the reasons they gave was there's a letter on file. I have not seen it, but I take the man at his word. That came from the Templeton Board of Selectmen, that project needed to be expedited because it's a safety issue. That intersection's been like that I'm 67 since I can remember.
Sure.
This high. So we can write the letter, we can request it. I expect the state is going to say no. So my question to you is the water department's plan to get those water mains replaced. Do we have a guesstimate of time of when that could happen? I know you've jumped into
Yes.
the fire, so to
Yes.
speak.
Yeah, I've only been here since January 1st, so kind of got stuck in the middle of all this.
And I know the water department is like this town and many other towns, money is tight and generally the issue, but do you guys have like a plan, a time frame that we could?
We don't have a plan or a time frame because the scope of work is too big for us to handle as a department, so it would have to go out as a construction project like anything else for bids, monies, all the other steps in any other construction project would go, because there's 4 water mains in that section and 6 or 7 service lines to buildings. So now you're looking at temporary water main that has to be put up. It's an involved project. I would think $1 million would probably be somewhere of a roundabout number to do it all with the amount of work. Again, directing traffic is going to be probably one of the biggest problems down there because the water mains run They run down the left side of Patriots Road, almost to Camelot. North Main Street runs across all the way to South Main Street. And then Patriots Road picks it up on the complete opposite side of the intersection and runs down towards Gardner. So it's a very big footprint when you start digging water mains up and replacing them.
Just like I said, I've been to these committee meetings and we've asked and they were adamant, particularly with that letter, they said, hey, you all asked to expedite this. I made a strong case for that 68 to get in its place, so moved up and this to get bumped back.
Sure.
Not for the water main reason, but if I had known that at the time, I would have made that case too. But the condition of Route 68 is to me is way worse a safety issue than this is. But I'll sign a letter if if the vote votes to do that, I'll sign it, make the case. And I can attend the meeting or forward it to the MRPC and MJTC, but I'm thinking they're going to say no, because it's so close to.
I
Your point's
understand,
valid,
the
but
timing's terrible.
your point is valid, but whether the state is gonna listen or not, I don't. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hang on just a minute, Candy. I'm gonna echo Mr. Bennett's comments here. I understand the crux of this. I understand what we're looking at. And I also understand we're gonna be going head to head with MassDOT. They have a plan that, as Jeff just eloquently explained, they're pressing full steam ahead. And this has been quite a while coming. This has been discussed for many, many years that I've been here in town, long before I sat in any of these seats. So, yes, I understand it, and I just don't know that we can stop the process.
Sure.
But
This
that doesn't mean we can't try.
This was, kind of like our last ditch effort that we were trying to get something done here. And it's mostly just because of the issues that it's gonna create in the future, property wise mostly. So.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice.
So on that, Scott, what kind of risk are we, I mean, I read the letter and it's not a question of if, it's when, as you're explaining. If a project like this that has, all the additional weight or all the things that you are, that you put as an assumption in that letter, if we were to talk with the project manager or MPRC, whatever the leadership is, and present the amount of risk, and we'd have to show it as technical risk, not the letter is more emotional than it is technical. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I agree with Jeff in terms of trying to mitigate any risk that you're bringing. What is, I know that there's been measurement, there's been painting on the ground, pre-marking. When is the project breaking ground, so to speak?
I don't have the answer to that. I don't know when they're gonna start digging. I'm not sure. I was told the end of the summer, but I don't have an exact date.
I would recommend that not only should we measure the technical risk, we should be prepared to have a working group meeting with you as a representative, the commissioners, potentially the select board, town administrator, project manager, MPRC. I think that a meeting of that scope would be appropriate, given the I didn't use the word emotional to say, oh, that letter doesn't count for anything. It does, and there is an emotional element to it to say, the community is going to be impacted negatively when these asbestos water pipes are going to fail. Jeff, I'm glad that you brought up the fact that we have, tried to delay this or at least have the conversation about it. But I think what Scott brings with us, brings for us tonight is an additional element. You know, I keep using the word risk. We're accepting a lot. If nothing happens, we're just like, oh no, you know, it's too powerful to be able to stop. Look at the amount of risk that Scott and the commission has identified to us. We're all just kind of holding our breath, crossing our fingers, knocking on wood, hoping that it doesn't impact. I think that we have to have that discussion, adding that additional flavor of, no, we're not ready, but more of a, hey, there's risk out there, and it wasn't considered before. So I'd ask that, you know, I can push forward a motion to accept the letter, but also ask that we put together some kind of potential meeting led by the TA and our MPRC rep, or a designated representative. I know that Jeff is going to be leaving soon, and he's really been our big toe in that effort. But I would ask you, Scott, to come up with some of the potential, like whether it's numbers, frequency of failures, as you have alluded to in the letter. We can certainly use the letter as well. But I'd love to be able to sit down with them and say, if you build this, here are the potential impacts to the community. Would you you know, we're working on trying to secure funding and a project, and I think we should have a rough, we should frame that out. So what it would look like, you know, conservative timelines or otherwise. We're all asking the state for money, but you know, in terms of priority, I think that we need to really change the narrative on this to say, we still want the project, but we want it done where the community is not going to be harmed. That's all I had, Mr. Chair, and I do have a motion that I can read. That
Okay,
would
not quite ready for the motion. We do have one other comment here in the gallery.
copy that.
I just wanted to ask, I've never seen the plans for the road or anything, but we do have a park that's right at the tip. It's right at, in front of the restaurant Crossroads, and I didn't know, are they taking any of that park in their project when they make the rotary?
My understanding, the presentations we've had, no, the park will remain in place.
I think that thing,
Is
it
that-
was helpful,
As you've got it.
because we just became parks. So I didn't know if it could be helpful.
No,
to you.
understand. There's been a couple presentations
Right.
made on this.
Mr. Chair, is there any way we could forecast when the funds might come in? 2 years, 4 years?
I think that would be a good piece of work with this proposed working group,
Yeah,
but
that
yeah,
way we could give the state a bit of a timeline.
you know, I don't have a knee-jerk response to that question.
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So Terry, you said, you know, you asked for a timeline for you know, like when is that money going to come in? Has it even been requested?
Right.
No.
Okay.
So factor that in.
So
Factor
you just,
in.
yeah,
This is quite literally just come up within the past month to 5 weeks of knowing that we have potential problems there, problems in the past. We know the timeline's fast approaching where they're gonna start breaking ground there. So we wanted to come and talk to you guys first before we start applying for money that we may never be able to get to use, and going through that process. There'll be engineering costs, permitting costs, everything that goes along with these big construction projects. So no, we haven't even started that process yet.
Hence my comment that this would be one of the considerations of this working group.
Sure. Yep, we can certainly do that. We work very closely with Ty and Bond. They're taking care of these other 5 construction projects that we've got going on in town. I'm sure they'd be willing to help us out with that. With it being a fairly small project in the grand scheme of things, I think they could probably give us a potential number of at least pipe costs and a quick excavation cost for getting them in the ground, things like that, because it's all about numbers and linear feet of pipe, you know, things like that.
Hang on just a moment, Mike. Mr. Capps, you had your hand up.
I did, Mr. Chair. I just want, it's on the state's list for, and it's in the construction phase right now. effective 2023 of spring. So they could come in tomorrow and start breaking ground.
That's
So
right.
if you're gonna do something, like Jeff said, and I was on the same board back in the day myself, and we said the same request that, we knew the sub infrastructure was needed to be replaced. But I mean, you guys are gonna be up against a brick wall at this point because they can actually come and break ground like tomorrow, potentially. So just be fair one. It is on the state's list. It's already been approved. It's actually on this website right now, for construction of, 2023. But again, it's in the construction phase right now. So that means it's in the build phase. Just so you guys are aware.
Thank you.
Yes,
for
no,
that.
it's not even out to bid anymore. The contract has already been set.
Thank you for that.
Chair, so how soon could we notify the state, or who would do it, Adam? Just to say, we're putting a committee together or putting a group together. Adam's gonna-
So with this project, what the board would need to decide, I think tonight, is whether you're interested in delaying this project. Or the water department to then go proceed forward. It's under a time crunch right now. So basically, if you voted this evening as a board to delay it, I could then notify Senator Goby, and then Senator Goby would contact all the people that she has contacts with to move this along. Because otherwise you're in a time crunch. And if you have working groups and all this other stuff, it could be in the build phase sooner than expected. So I think right now, the most prudent thing for the board to do, if they're in agreement with the water department, is to vote to delay. And then I would take the steps to notify the senator.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair, also be aware of the repercussions of that, because that could delay the project up to 10 to 15 years. Depends on when the state wants to do again, which will help the water department, absolutely, but will not help the situation on East Templeton.
That is the, if I may, Mr. Chair, that is the option. It happened in Ashburnham. The state was all set for a project on 101. And I was at one of the meetings. They decided they want to take a railroad bed and make a walking trail out of it, and they added it. And they got booted, pushed down, who knows when. That paving project on 101 going into South Ashburnham was greatly needed. That road's wet, but they did that change, so it got kicked out. Other projects got moved up. So that is, it can be a good thing, a bad thing, depending on how far they kick it down the road.
Sure.
And so sending this letter and asking them and say, oh, by the way, we'd like to do this. Yes, it could get it delayed, but how long? No telling. Where they, depends on how they throw it down the list and what projects they move up in place. So it's how bad do you want that rotary fix, which is gonna be. So that's, and that may be that's could happen with this letter. They might go, whoa, wow, well, but again, it's so late. They may just say, sorry,
I understand
I
that.
just,
Yep.
but I, if we can sign the letter, if we want to do that, it's fine, but I just don't know what there will be.
Sure. Completely understandable.
Mike, I thought I saw your hand up when John was speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would not want to vote to delay or to order to delay this evening because we are kind of operating at the 11th hour. But I am interested in making sure that we can grant some authority for select people to be able to have the conversation, to ask the question, is it feasible at this point, wherever they are in contracts or otherwise, is it feasible to delay? What is going to be the effects? That's why I was talking about identifying what that technical risk is to our community, talk with the people, the leadership on the other side that are making this project happen and say, this is the potential. This is what's going to happen if you break ground and add the rotary right now. And we'd have to, why I say give authority, have the people make this meeting happen. It's not a committee. I wouldn't advocate for a committee. It's just basically a quick working group to test the feasibility of a delay, and then quickly come back to the select board for an authorization to either delay it or, again, we're at the 11th hour, one more meeting. John said they could come tomorrow with a front end loader and start working on stuff. if we have one more meeting, we make some phone calls and say, what's gonna happen if we do this? That's what I'm really looking, that's what I'd be comfortable doing with the board. I would not vote to delay it tonight. I want more information. That the letter was good. It identified the potential problem, but I want to make sure that we've got everything in row, everything, our ducks in a row before we go and start turning back $1 million infrastructure projects.
Thank you for that. Terry, you had a question?
So circle back to time, Mike, you were saying that, it's basically going to happen, but what I'm hearing is we can't tell the state when to bring it back to us. We couldn't request from the state if we had that information, say, we'll be ready in 3 years. Can you bring it back in 3 years? We can't request a time to the
So I
state.
think they'd be frustrated that we are even having this discussion.
Mr. Chair.
I would have to agree with Mike's comment there. Look at Route 68, how much that can has been kicked down the road and we haven't gotten there. Mr. Kapos was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not just that, but again, it's being kicked down the road. It's also the potential cost it's going to cost the town and fines potentially for stopping the project in the time that we're in. Which again, you can actually verify that through the town's website and the state's website, excuse me. But whoever goes on that road, I think, Jeff, you've done these projects as well as I have. And I've seen towns get hammered because they wanted to prolong a project and they, it's usually it could be up to 25 to 30% of the project cost. So be aware.
Again, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
If you ask the state to postpone this, you can't say, can you give us 3 years?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna say, okay, no problem. They got people that even aren't on the list that are knocking on the door trying to get in there. They could put 10 projects in front of this, which could be 20 years. Because it takes so long to get on the tip list and to get everything moving. It's 2 or 3 years. Like I said, this has been on the drawing board for over 10 years. First time I saw this was way back when. I think somewhere in this building, there should be a binder with this in there, but regardless, it's been on the drawing board and there's no way to tell, hey, can you give us 3 years? They can't. Like I said, they did it to Ashburnham, they got kicked way back.
Yep.
So.
Justice, you've had your hand up.
Oh, so I just want to make 2 points. What had been talked about earlier with no land being taken on that parcel in front of JK Crossroads. I might just look at the plan. There's about 641 feet that are identified being used for the project with that parcel. So there is some land there being used for it. And the plan has been filed at the Worcester Registry of Deeds. We did receive a copy of that plan that happened at the end of December of 2022. So just wanted to state that.
Thank you for that. Mike?
Jeff, you've worked with these projects before. Is there an am I wrong in assuming there's an expiration date on the project? Which it'll go out to tip and then it gets planned. And then it has to be completed by a certain date or they start the process over.
All I can do is go by my experience being for a couple of years, going to MRPC and MPO and joint transportation and stuff, and seeing how these projects happen and how it's handled when somebody, like I said, Ashburnham just come in and said, hey, while we're paving this road, we'd like to make this a walking trail, a bike trail, pave it. I mean, it's not a big deal. It didn't involve anything, work on the road or nothing, but they said, yeah, sure. And they kicked them down the road. I think it's about 6 or 7 years at the soonest that thing will come back for consideration. And that's what happens. And like I said, this has been, the first time I saw this plan for this rotary was over 10 years ago. And we've gotten to this point, and so there's the chance that if you say, hey, can you do this or that? They might say, yeah, sure. We'll see in 2030.
The first action by MassDOT, according to the website on the project, was 2017. So we're now 6 years down the road from.
And they did have this project public hearing that you could get on webinar or something not too far back. I don't know how many people attended and stuff, but it's been discussed and been asked to be postponed or pushed back, and they said no.
Yeah, the
So,
notice to proceed was signed yesterday.
Yes.
I'm looking at the website now.
so like I said, it was scheduled to start this year. It was fiscal 24, 2023, but it's fiscal 24. And I just don't think.
Yeah.
If you push, they might say, sure, we'll see you in 2030. Maybe we see you not at all. And I hate to pick off the state and then that it affect Route 68 or any other further project, because there's so many communities that are in line for this stuff, because it's all about money. These projects are expensive. And that's that's where we're at. And I understand you just jumped into the fire and stuff, but
And I'm
That's where we are.
acting on the request of my commissioners.
Yes.
This is all stemming from.
Completely understood.
that's where we're at right now. Just
I like Mike's idea.
Mike, do you want to entertain
Yep.
a motion?
All right, so I move to accept the water superintendent's letter and for the town administrator and the town administrator and MPRC representative or designated representative with the water department rep to contact the project manager or other leadership to advise on the feasibility of a temporary delay in the Patriot Road Roundabout project.
second.
Motion duly made and seconded. Any further comments, discussions by the board?
Does there need to be any inclusion of the dangers to the residents in that report? Or in that motion?
No,
The report to include,
I
No, I
wouldn't
don't.
think so because it's materials that those people, we're giving authority to have that discussion. So between water, Scott, a select board rep and Adam, they can use whatever materials they need to gather for that feasibility discussion.
okay, thanks.
Any further discussions from the board?
And Terry also, I basically put in that we accept the letter. I'm not saying that we're agreeing or pushing forward.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that we're receiving that letter and everything that Scott and the commissioners have brought to us. So I think we already are including the language that he had. We're not, his letter isn't our action. It's basically the motivation for our action.
Okay, so the words request to postpone come from his letter.
No,
They're part of the motion.
Part of the motion.
I said, I move to accept the water superintendent's letter.
Mhm.
It basically we're accepting it. It's part of the record.
But we're also saying we're going to ask to postpone. That's where I'm.
No, I said to advise on the feasibility of a temporary
Okay.
delay in the project.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Temporary may wind up being years, but I want to be able to use that language properly to make sure that they understand we want it, but we want to make sure that we're not harming the community by
Okay.
doing so.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Any further board member discussion? Hearing none to the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes,
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes,
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
I'll send that,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I'll send that language to Jackie and Holly.
Thank you. Action item 5H regarding 10 Pleasant Street.
Thanks, Scott.
To remove contents from the garage. Mr. Valentine, will you be presenting on behalf of DPW?
I will, on this in front of you, 10 Pleasant Street, the burnt down main buildings being demolished. And we'll be receiving the schedule in the near future. The garage at that site, the board were to agree to keep the garage, you would want to remove the contents of it. So we would want to approve that expense out of the demolition revolving fund, or the board can just do a purchase change order and have the garage demolished. I leave that decision to the board. That's all I have on this one, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so what's being presented this evening is contents from the garage, correct? That's the only thing that is being presented to us, right? Not a change order.
Well, 10 Pleasant Street is on your agenda.
It says action related to 10 Pleasant Street dumpster to remove contents from garage.
I don't see an issue if the board were to approve a purchase change order, just demolish the garage within the agenda item, through the chair.
Do we have a rough idea what that change order would cost on top of where we're already at?
Yeah, I sent that out to the board. We're looking at $9,500, which we have plenty of funds in that account.
Mr. Bennett?
My question would be, why would we want to keep that garage, that structure intact? That is still town-owned land. That will be another town building we are legally responsible for in many different ways. Legally, safety, upkeep, all kind, and again. And I take a hit on this for not reading verbatim the addendum or the change of the asbestos bid that's posted on the town website, because there's one and then there was a change or an upkeep to it. Because when I see or hear we're having a demolition bid on 10 Pleasant Street, to me, that's left to right, front to back. So I just want to know why, all of a sudden we decided we want to keep this structure rather than demo the whole lot. We need another empty town building to maintain and be legally responsible for. That's my only concern on this.
Excellent point. I've asked a similar question when I had a conversation with Adam in the last couple of days. It's like, if we're demolishing the building, and I agree with you, Jeff, why would we want to leave the garage standing? If the intent is to sell off the parcel and then have somebody put it back on the tax rolls. There's so many moving pieces. Do I want to buy it with a garage or want to buy it without a garage? It's just thinking out loud kind of a thing. Any other comments? I would entertain a motion.
All right, I got one for you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I move to authorize the town administrator to approve the expense for additional dumpster services and or approve an engineering change order not to exceed $10,000 in order to add the 10 Pleasant Street garage structure to the demolition project.
That should work.
Motion duly made. Do I have a second?
Goes against my grain, but I will second that on the chance that we get that change order.
Thank you for that. Any discussion among the board?
So we're leaving the options on the table, 2 options. Either we're gonna empty it or we're gonna demolish it, or both. Are we doing both?
If I can, Mr. Chair, for clarification.
Go ahead.
I believe Mike's motion allows me to move forward and sign the purchase change order, as well as a little bit more there to clean out if there's anything in the garage that needs to be cleared out or whatever's not covered within the purchase change order. So there's a little bit of a contingency with the amount he's authorizing me to execute out of the demolition revolving fund. So we could have a nice clear site at that location.
Okay, so clean
correct.
first and then demolish. That seems like what Jeff asked for.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussions from the board? Hearing none. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes.
Mr. Curry?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Action item 5I, a bench donation.
So, Joe Salata, Chair, Cemetery Board.
Hi, Joe.
Joe. Hi, Mike.
My fellow board member, Mike Caps. So, this has come to our attention. There was a, resident. She has a 12 grave lot in Pine Grove. And under the new rules that we've put into place, she wanted to actually put a bench by her lot. But under the new rules that we've kind of implemented, she's got a pretty large monument there. She would have to take down that monument because the bench is actually considered monument, right? And there's only one that's allowed per plot. I mean, unless under special consideration. So what she proposed is she wanted to donate a bench, 4x4 granite to Pine Grove. And the way that it's structured is her lot, it's hard to explain, but like if you go down the main, there's a main road on Pine Grove. Her lot's kind of on the left with her family members. She actually met up with Jake, our DPW foreman for the grounds, and said, you know, I'd love to donate this bench. And so Jake said, well, you really can't put a bench on, it's under the current rules, right? Because, you know, you're only allowed one monument. So it technically, but maybe you could make a donation. So the donation would be about the size of this table. It's actually underneath like a maple tree overlooking her family's plot. It would be open to the public. And so she's proposed, it's about I don't know, I did some research, about a $700 roughly for the granite and the installation donation. And so the board, I brought this to the board, the DPW foreman brought it to the board and we voted to accept it. And then I brought it to Adam to bring to the select board to accept it. So that's kind of where we're at. I understand the whole, you know, I don't really know what the ramifications are, or if there's any formal paperwork she'd have to fill out. The resident's last name is Haley. Older lady, probably in her 70s, 75. I never met her. But yeah. I'm just going off of what I'm told. So.
Calm down, Joe.
Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with that. And so I think it would be a good idea. So I move to have the board consider the donation.
Based
By
on,
the resident. Yeah.
depending on what the
Right.
woman needs to do.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's literally a bench would go underneath a nice maple. You'd have the flower, you know, some things
Sounds
there.
pretty.
We could even do, and even Jake offered to do like a mulch bed around it.
Oh,
too.
sounds
That would
nice.
be kind of, you know, we could, you know, we would put up some, you know, cost maybe a couple $100 to put up some mulch or whatever around it. And so, and like I said, the way that it's, the plots here, the bench would be here and it would be overlooking the, her family plot.
And people, it's public.
Yeah, it's public.
So my question would be to Holly and Adam, does she need to fill out anything? Does she need to fill out a
On Mass
donation?
General Law, thank you, Mr. Chair. By Mass General Law, the select board would accept a donation. At that point, the cemetery commissioners on there would organize with the individual with the donation on the placement of that at cemeteries. So by Mass General Law, the select board would just have to accept
Yep.
the donation.
Just be acting as the custodians of the town property. It's-
Yeah, and
it's a formality, dotting the i's, crossing the t's.
Mhm.
keeping
Because it is
everything
gonna be
legal.
put on town land, right, which is owned by the cemetery, so.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Ray,
Again, I just want to thank the cemetery commissioners and recognize them that they, in this case, they're trying to help out a resident and do something to improve, again, the cemetery. But, you know, having a bench, somebody could be walking around looking for a stone or looking for this and I don't want to sit down, because not everybody's, you know, 20 years old that goes walking through the cemetery. So it may come in use for several things. And again, the important thing is they're trying to help out a resident rather than tell them, hey, get that the heck out of our cemetery. You know, it can't be here, okay, against the rules. They're working with them, helping them out. They go to visit their family, whatever, they can still use that bench.
It's in a good
And
spot.
Again, cemetery commissioners are actually doing what they need to be doing, improving, working with the cemeteries, and most importantly, trying to help out a resident who bought a plot and everything. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, the boards and the commissions working together.
And the residents,
And the
win-win.
resident- Well, the resident making
Win-win-win.
the offer of the donation, absolutely. But we just want to make sure we do this procedurally correctly
Right,
under the letter of the law.
right, exactly.
So there are no gray areas, no questions down the road. Sounds great. So I would entertain a motion unless the board has further discussions.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the donation of a granite bench.
A statement or question?
I move to accept the
Okay.
donation, sorry. Huh?
Motion's on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second,
Any further discussions from the board? Hearing none, we will bring this to the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett,
yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the
Thank
cemetery
you.
commissioners for bringing this matter to our attention.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Working on behalf of the community.
Yep, thank you. And Adam, I'll get with you and finalize that. Thanks a lot. Bye, guys.
Item 5J,
Julia.
donation to the library. We have in our packet a letter through Holly at our select board office, and it comes to us through Community Services. Consider voting to accept following donation to the library in memory of Irene Stacy, $25.
Mr. Chair. It's actually,
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the other one, didn't
I'm
I?
just gonna add them
Thank you.
together. I
Yep.
didn't-
And there is a second, my error. Please consider voting to accept donations to the Boynton Library in memory of Irene Stacy, $185 for a total of $210. Any further discussions, comments, or corrections? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the donation to the Boynton Library in the amount of $210. Donations.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Motion duly made and seconded. Any further discussions by the board? Hearing none to the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett,
yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Up next, item 5K. Action regarding disposal salvage of materials at the Gilman and Houghton Parks.
Okay.
Hi, Candy.
Hi. So we have some items in the park, Gilman Way, it was this old, soccer net. I did some research, and I also reached out to, Narragansett and told them that, I needed to know by a certain date if any of this stuff was theirs. If it wasn't, we get rid of it because it was broken and it was just like shoved in the wooded area. So the two nets apparently are ours for Parks and Rec. And we wanted, at one point, our coordinator wanted to see if it was thing, but I pulled it all out, looked at it. And realized that there was lots of cracks to it. It's like piping, like you see in plumbing, and we have some really nice metal ones.
These are PVC, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and it goes with bungee cords inside, and you gotta click it all in, and then I found out that two sections where this metal part was, they completely snapped, so I don't know how. It's just not, these two nets are just not feasible. And they're good size, and And I just can't even see rec trying to put them back together and trying to use them. I think they're just gonna break again and just be a nightmare to even figure out how to do it.
Okay.
And then in Houghton Park, there's some old metal that's in this little tarred area. It's like a pile of it. I don't know what it was for, what it used to be, but it's just sitting there and it's dangerous. In my discovery, walking around the park, I discovered that there was some old bags, like base bags sitting there, rotting, and let's just say I recognized a couple of them from the days my children played t-ball. So I was like, what? And there's a container there, it's got a hole in it, and everything inside it is completely mouse-wise out. And that was sitting there too back in the day, so. Yeah. So I just want to be able to get rid of that stuff.
And a list of items to fix on the report we have here.
Yep. Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vice.
I move to approve the disposal, salvage, or repair of materials at Gilman Waite and Houghton Park as itemized in the meeting from Recreation to the Town Administrator on April 7th, 2023.
Second.
Motion made, multiple seconds. Any further discussions by the board? Hearing none, we will bring this to the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yay, win.
Busy, busy, busy. And you're doing a fine job playing catch up and getting all
Absolutely.
these little
Absolutely.
glitches and pieces out of our hair.
Beautifying
You know that
towns, our
the
villages.
steel guy came and they put the poles in for the scoreboard. So now the next thing is the scoreboard will get attached, and then the electricity will get.
Yo.
Outstanding.
Bill 2 is coming along.
That's-
And the bathrooms have lights in it. Well, one of them is, I can see. I went in there before I came here. And I went in and then also the lights came on. I was like, ooh, nice.
Very nice.
Thanks. Thank you. And across the board, all the villages. Houghton Park.
Up next, action item 5L. The annual review for our town administrator. One for Jeff.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so at the end of March, I sent an email to the board. It was confidential. And we are obligated under the town administrator's employment contract to conduct a review every April. There was a glitch the first year. We acknowledged that publicly. Chairman Curry at the time addressed this last April. And I wanted to make sure it didn't fall off of our radar this April. So what we have is the compilation of the worksheet that was sent out to everybody. And we all had the competencies, rate them 1 through 5. 1 being unacceptable, 2 meaning needs improvement, 3 meeting expectations, 4 exceeding expectations, 5 outstanding. And then there was a total and a score sheet that is a weighted score. And they're in no particular order. The numbers across the top, member 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, don't correlate to any of the chairs other than a member scored and voted, and we put these together. So I also added, there were evaluator comments. I felt it prudent to see the comments that were made, but again, it's not going to say who made which comments. But just to give Adam an idea where he's at. And, you know, one of the beauties of a performance review and the feedback is we see where we're at. We get a snapshot in time. We see what our supervision thinks of us. And, you know, I always looked at these, my own career, it's like, these are improvement opportunities. If I don't know where I'm at, if I don't know what my boss wants, I don't know where I'm going. So as this works out in the raw scores and it breaks out on the bottom, I'm gonna focus on the total score on the piece of paper in front of you and up on the tally sheet. The highlighted box on the bottom right of the matrix. It comes up to a number of 175, which is the meets expectations. And then the additional notes and comments. These were as submitted by the board. This is done publicly because again, it's a contractual thing. It becomes a very gray and convoluted area getting into HR things, but because the board is doing this and the 5 members elected are collectively the supervisor of our TA, this is how we do this. So based on this past year's performance, that's how the board looked at it, Adam, and the comments have some.
Mr. Chair.
They're all over the board. That's okay, Mr. Vice.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that I think Adam has done a great job. I think that he's worked on the things that we asked him to work on last year. He's overcome a lot of built-in challenges to the position that he's holding. I think he's done a fantastic job, and I hope come fall he decides to renew with us. I know that he felt that he was not owed a review this period. I respect that, but like you had said, I would feel remiss if the board didn't offer him some public feedback for how he's doing for the community. And I think he's doing a great job. Great job, Adam.
Thank you for that.
Well, I want to thank the board for the review. Very happy it's satisfactory. I was thinking about what to say this evening, and you all know how I like my speeches, and so I started kind of brainstorming on what my response will be.
Yeah.
And you all know my favorite president's John F. Kennedy, and but President Kennedy actually quoted the former president Theodore Roosevelt in France in 1910. And his speech was in the arena, citizenship in a republic. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, and comes up short again and again. Because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself for a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat. And that will be my response, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. I too follow a lot of former President Kennedy's commentaries and quotes and et cetera. And, by all means, this is not a bad evaluation. This is a good evaluation. So as we close the meeting tonight, I do have the formal copy for signature. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say that Adam really does have the best interests of the town at heart, and he goes to bat for the residents, and he does stand up for the residents of this town and the employees. I really appreciate his effort. I feel safe with him in charge.
Thank you, Terry.
Mike, when you get back, I will get caught up with you to get your signature on the formal letter, and then we will get this entered into the public record and into the personnel file.
Never. Oh, no, wait, of course.
Wow. Well, we send you downrange, you get testy on us.
I know.
Up next, action item 5M. This was at my request, a status update, estimate time of completion for posting an honest to goodness list of all the boards, commissions, committees to include currently filled seats with the date of terms of expiration and all unfilled seats. And there's not really an action on this, but just the general comment, as I've looked at some of our comparison communities, you know, I can click into them, and as you click into their menu and you click their select board, you click their advisory committee, you click their parks and recreation, whatever, it'll tell you how many seats are there, how many are vacant, what is the terms of expiration. This is something I have asked for a number of times, as just get it back on the radar. I do have an Excel spreadsheet. It's taken me about an hour to work on. I will forward that off to Holly and Jackie and Carol Harris, because we have multiple pieces that would be updating all of this. But it's just one of those things to put on the website, and our, Lisa's organization with potentially 22 seats, and they're sitting with 7 or 8 right now. This would be a nice way for people to see what is out there. Is there something I can do? So I truly believe a lot of the citizens in town have a lot that they can do. So it's just the formality, get it up in front of us and move us along. No action required. Any comments, discussions by the board?
Should we all get our cell phones and have a call party? You call 10 of your friends, I'll call 10.
Nothing wrong with that, right? Action item 5N, a winter snow policy under DPW and highway. This is the request of Mr. Bennett.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is one of 2 things on the agenda with my name attached to it, and I did print out.
Thank you.
And I originally brought this back in November 2022. With, at the time, was no action requested or anything. I just pointed it out that I thought, looking at comparison communities and what we had currently on the website as a policy. You go on the website, you look under departments, public works, you click on this on the left, you click on highway, and then you click on snow policy, and there's a link where it comes up, and that's where the first paragraph of the email comes from. And when I first brought this up, I stated that I wasn't expecting action by the board at that time, but to look it over and consider it and, think about it, and maybe, members could, come back and look at things or stuff. And then at the last meeting, when Mike brought up that item about tracking, when the select board votes or talks about something, and hey, we'll bring this, we'll next meeting or in May or whenever, it kicked in my head. It's like, my time on the board is short, and time caught up with me. So I wanted to get this in front of the board with a proposal. And again, if the board wants to look at it and think about it and tweak it or discuss it or do their own look, see at comparison communities. And my proposal for the audience and TV thing is it goes from a paragraph to several paragraphs. And some of the changes that and again, I'm trying to help out the residents, or at least give them an option. Where we don't have now would be to, if a resident's mailbox gets hit by one of the snow plows, plowing snow, or snow rolling off the plow, and from experience, generally that's with heavy, wet snow, slushy or something, and the speed of the plow. When the snow rolls off it, if you're going slow, the snow doesn't go that far, and it doesn't hit that hard. If you speed up a little bit, 15, 20 miles an hour, that slush and stuff starts to roll. And if their mailbox post is, rotten, or their mailbox is sitting on there by a wing and a prayer, again, this change that I propose, the DPW director would go out, or someone from the department would go out and inspect it and say, 5-mile-an-hour wind could have come along and knocked that over because it's rotten or it broke. But if it's solid and it was hit by a plow, then the town could reimburse the resident $55. That's probably not going to pay for a new mailbox, especially postmasters. You have to get this big thing so it can take UPS packages that size. There's a time frame of 72 hours. Actually, I would just read what we currently have. That's the date. It's 2015 to 2016. I don't know who wrote the policy, who voted in place, or whatever. Right now, it says a paragraph in the snowplow policy. Another area of concern is mailboxes. We do not deliberately knock over or damage mailboxes. Most mailboxes are not damaged by the vehicle itself, but by the snow that is thrown from the plow. But at times, with a combination of reduced visibility during a snowstorm and snowbanks, it is not always possible for our drivers to see a mailbox in time to avoid it. Remember, anything installed within the town's right-of-way, fence, mailbox, etc., is placed there at the owner's risk. Hence, residents are encouraged to place mailboxes at the maximum allowable distance from the pavement. There is also the flip side to that the postal master, and we have 3 post offices, 3 postmasters, and they seem to have their own set of rules. From my experience in speaking with people. So that's what we currently have. It doesn't make, and that's all there is about mailboxes. And it doesn't make allowance for if a plow hits your mailbox. Like right now, I guess it is, well, go buy yourself a new mailbox. So I looked at our comparison communities, and many of them have a detailed policy about mailboxes and other things. And what I propose is this. The intent of this policy is to establish a uniform process to reimburse citizens for mailbox damage due to snow removal operations performed by the Town of Templeton Department of Public Works. The DPW's mandate during snow and ice season is to ensure its roadways are kept free of snow and ice. It is also understood that most mailboxes are located inside the public right-of-way, and therefore damage to them is often unavoidable for various reasons. This policy assumes there is a shared responsibility between the town and the homeowner when mailboxes are damaged during snow removal operations. Background: why the town employees and contractors taking part in snow removal operations take care and due regard while performing their duties. Plows may come in contact with privately owned mailboxes in the town's right-of-way and damage or destroy them, or snow rolling off the snow plow due to speed. The policy recognizes there is inherent risk involved in plowing operations and is intended to provide some relief to property owners should their mailbox be damaged. The weather conditions at the time of the storm dictate the weight and characteristics of the snow that is being removed. So the new policy proposal, the DPW director may grant residents a reimbursement of $55 when the resident's circumstances meet the following conditions. The property owner notifies DPW within 72 hours when damage is discovered. The property owner furnishes pictures or other visual evidence of the damage along with a written request, mail or email, for reimbursement under this policy. The DPW director will visually inspect the mailbox and post for damage consistent with physically coming into contact with a snowplow or snow roll-off of a snowplow. The DPW director will determine if the existing mailboxes shows any signs of disrepair or lack of maintenance that would lead to damage, i.e. rotted mailbox post. The existing mailbox must have met the requirements of a United Postal Service mailbox. If it is determined that the snowplow made contact with the mailbox or post causing damage, or there is evidence of damage caused by snow rolling off a plow, the property owner will be notified by the DPW in writing that their request has been approved. Residents may appeal a denial of reimbursement to the Templeton Select Board. For instance, if you go out and take a picture and you can see where the snow rolled off the plow is 10 feet off the roadway and your mailbox is down, and they take pictures of that, and if the DPW director says, no, I don't think we did that, if they want, they could come to the Board of Selectmen and make a case. Again, this is just something I looked at and thought of to try to help out residents in some way, because it does happen. It might be unavoidable, but in case it happens, and like I said, you might have an old small mailbox, but then you want to replace it and they're gargantuan, and I know they're more than $50 in some places. They're so again, this is just my thought of trying to do something to help out residents and give them a little help in some things. Again, time got away from me, and I was kind of waiting for the other board members to look at it and come up and do something else. But again, when Mike brought up the tracking thing, I was like, oh, I don't want to go out the door with two things hanging. So I brought this, and whether the board, wants to accept it or look at it, discuss the policy amongst yourselves or so, that's fine. I did my part with follow through, and again, it's just, I looked at the old policy that's been there since 2016, and I don't know who wrote it, who did it, who put it up, but and I figured the board should set a policy involving the town and then try to help out the residents a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So my questions would be, would the $55 come from Bob's budget, or would the town's insurance cover the damage? Would that be something how could we recoup the $55? Insurance, could they?
Insurance wouldn't cover it. It would
Sure,
pay out.
I can cover it.
It's not a big chunk of change, so. But would,
The town's insurance, because it's not
Not town.
town.
Not town
Yeah.
property.
so.
If you hit a mailbox and you break the snowplow, well, then you got an insurance case. But
That's right. I want to see that mailbox.
So it'd be Bob's budget. Adam's gonna see.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious through the chair to Mr. Bennett, if you could get me this in Word. You have this in Word?
You have it in a Word format.
Word,
The document.
yeah, I can put it in a Word format.
or you can just email me this, and then I'll have. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I emailed it in the town's window, Office 365, but one way now, I'll get it to you electronically.
Thank you.
I'll try to, I'll try to do that tonight when I get home.
You got till midnight, then you're done.
Jeff, I appreciate the effort you put into this.
Yeah, it's
and
an email.
it's an email. It's real quick to forward that. I always like to see when somebody, it's not just a grumbling or a complaint or slinging an arrow, but there's actually a potential solution. And it's like, that's awesome.
I'm good at throwing complaints out there, but sometimes I try to come with a solution.
Duly noted, sir. Oh, but obviously you put some effort into it, so. Yeah, we thank you for
Well, that might be a stretch, but I did do a lot of reading of other comparison communities to see what they have out there. And some communities, they have, I will say maybe they're on the wealthy side or whatever, but they have $100, $150. Some have, more restrictions on getting a reimbursement, but I tried to pick some stuff from middle ground. Like I said, to not pay 100% of their mailbox, but to at least help them out. The amount again is it came from a particular town. It could go up or down if at the board's wishes. Again, this is just my idea, my thought. The board can think about it, look at it, refine it, et cetera, et cetera.
And my only comment, now, Mike, I'll throw this to you because you and I have had a number of discussions on the action tracker. And I have a whole list of things I'm going to forward off to you. I'll just add this as one more item on my lengthy list, and then we can revisit this at a.
Already added it. I've got it open, and Jeff's right. And as far as adding things to it, when we had amended our select board policy, it was either by vote or by consensus, so I've added that. I've got the April copy of it, so I'll send it to you. I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Jeff, which policy? Where does the current policy live?
The current policy lives, you click on DPW.
Yep,
And then over to the left, there's a box and it says highway. You click on the highway department and then it says, I think it's snow policies. You click on that. And within that, there is a link. I believe it's informing residents. So you click on that link and that's where you find that paragraph that's there now. And
So
it
it's-
was.
it's just a general town policy.
It's dated 2015-16, so I don't know if it came from the board, if it came from DPW director, who, where it came from. But that's where you'll find the existing one now.
Okay.
Like I say, there's several steps to get to it.
Yep, a little bit of a drill down. Yep.
I mean, can we consider that like, it's an orphan policy? It doesn't sit under anything. It's not like a select board policy. It's just kind of like a general policy that has been adopted by the DPW. Do we have the authority to change that? I'm thinking the answer is yes.
I'm tending to agree with you, Mike. Any comments, Adam?
I believe, at some point when we revisit this, to have Mr. Sozik involved with the discussions. We could do some further research on how that other policy
Yeah.
got in place.
Yeah, then I would move that the board accept the language, accept the language proposed for a new snow policy, and to work with the appropriate department head, or for the town administrator to work with the appropriate department head to be able to ratify said policy.
Second.
Motion duly made and seconded. Any further comments or discussions by the board? Hearing none, this will bring the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths,
Yes.
Mr. Curry,
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Does that mean take it off the track? No, I'm kidding.
Not yet.
Okay.
Almost.
Action item 5O is an Oscar. Actions regarding a committee handbook, again, at the request of Mr. Bennett.
Again, this is something that I formally brought to the board back in November. Again, I stated I wasn't expecting any action from the board. I did have a printed out draft copy. I emailed out several versions, and there's a couple of snafus in there because, well, time's getting ahead of me and I'm doing multiple things at one time. And it was a little bit of a rush, but again, it was printed out, handed to the board, and I stated at the time that I wasn't expecting any action then. I wanted other board members to look at it. And I believe I suggested something about after the first of the year, perhaps get it on a meeting and discuss it. It's but time gets ahead of you. It's a committee handbook. I've been talking about working on this or looking into it for a couple of years to hand out to people when they come and get appointed to the various committees. And it contains just a lot of basic stuff about being on a committee, open meeting law, setting up the boards, how to hold a public hearing. I watch meetings and, you open a public hearing and, anybody who's there who wants to talk can talk and ask questions and make a point, and then you close the hearing, and then the board, debates about themselves before they vote on stuff. And a lot of these things, I don't think are known, because most people that volunteer, my experience, for a committee, recreation, this, that, or anything, they do it because they got an idea, or they say, I want to get involved in that. And they get on it, and then, what? I gotta do all this stuff. By the way, have you done that? I didn't know nothing about that. I gotta do conflict of interest training? Oh, yeah, welcome to the club. So it's aimed to have a good basic information, like appointments, your oath of office, your term, reappointments, how vacancies would be handled, the organization of your committee or board. You know, you organize, you have a chair, vice chair, what your duties are. The open meeting law, which is a big one. The definition of meeting, how you schedule them, agendas, which are important, and they can get you in trouble. If you just put up, new business and you don't put nothing in there, that's an open meeting law violation if somebody wants to file it. And it can go to the attorney general's. And if they do it a couple of times, you say, oh, gang, we did this. Somebody files again, then it's looked at as an intentional violation. The idea behind this is to hand it to people so they have something to reference, and they at least have an idea of how things are supposed to work and what their responsibilities are of being on the committee, because there's more than just, organizing this or working on that. You got all the government stuff that you have to do. And this is pretty basic. I was trying to give them information and guidance without making it a book. It's about 15, 16 pages. There's a couple of additions. I think that things need to be done as far as, there used to be a form, and I don't know if she has changed it, the accountant's signatory form. So when a board spends money, they usually have a vote on it, and somebody has to sign it to turn it into the accountant. So the accountant knows that, okay, they're taking money from this fund. Okay, that belongs to that board, and they voted on it, and they've authorized for that money to be spent. So it goes to the Board of Selectmen, and they sign off on it, and then the treasurer can pay that bill or whatever it may be. Like on the advisory committee, they used to have to put an ad in the Gardner News or a newspaper, and you had to pay that bill. When that bill comes in, it would go in front of the committee, and they would vote on it to pay it, and you sign it, and you go give it to the accountant, so it will come out of your budget. There's a lot of those little things that you need to know, and my idea was to put something kind of comprehensive and basic together, so when people get appointed, they can get this, and they look at it. Yeah, you have to do that conflict of interest training. You have to sign that open meeting law. You got to have this, just procedural stuff. Try to make them aware of their duties, responsibilities, and keep them out of trouble mostly. And again, this is a draft. Again, there's a couple of things that needed to be added. I sent town administrator an electronic copy that's pretty correct, I think. I know he had I included like purchasing and procurement. So if they want to vote on doing something, it spells it out. It's not, I think some of my numbers are not up to date. But again, I wasn't expecting the board to, put this in place, formally accept it, but my hope being that you have it, the board can, because I'm going away, discuss it and maybe have it formalized, accepted. So when your appointments come up in June, when people get appointed, they can be handed this book. And I hope they will have a better understanding of the workings of the government and their responsibilities and how to do things, and as a reference. Because right now, as far as I know, if you get on a committee or something, you want to know something, you got to get online and let me look up this Mass General Law. Let me look up this. Government's just it's kind of complicated sometimes, and it's a lot of responsibilities to meet the little laws and stuff that are there. And again, it's try to help out when people volunteer. At least they can have a reference in front of them. So, we got to do this. Yeah, we forgot that. You know, we got to put that in there so you don't get in trouble, because it comes back on the town as well as the individuals. And that was my aim for this. And again, it's something I've been talking about and working on, and I almost forgot to do it. Again, when we talked about, Mike brought up the trackings thing, I was like, yeah, I've been talking about this long enough. I gotta put something out, which that's my aim, Mr. Chair. So again, it's pretty basic, but I think it covers the things that most boards and you know, volunteering. You're not only volunteering to do that thing that you like to do, you're volunteering to follow all of this stuff. So
It's a good starting point, and any document we produce, there's always going to be an update or revision. some
I'm
kind of
never
a change.
satisfied with
That's a
anything I
given.
produce, but
That is a given. Paperwork makes the world go round.
it is a starting point, so.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rice.
Yeah, Jeff, I think it's great. I have actually been poring over it. You know, I think it's 90% there. I think that the things that you were looking for, like cover page, just really tightening it up, I think it is good enough to accept as a draft, and just to tweak some of the other things that you know, you ask the team for some help on that. Just say, hey, you know, numbering, page numbers, all of that admin stuff, I think is completely achievable. So I would move to accept the draft of the presented committee handbook, and for the vice chair and the TA to finish the edits and corrections for final review and acceptance at a later date, but within 60 days of this meeting.
Second that motion.
Thank you for that. Yep.
I love the format, you know, everything's user friendly. Easily to read, and then specifically, I like the summary of links. He puts links in the back and all the phone numbers that you need. So it's very thorough and comprehensive, and
90 was pretty high grade. I would have gave myself a 75.
We're always our toughest critic, Jeff. Always.
I'm just never satisfied.
in his note is other town items that could be useful are a sample agenda, town hall directory, town accountant authorized signatory form.
I stapled it in there. It's not
Yeah.
any electric copy, because I don't be knowing how to do that PDF both to here and all that stuff. So I'm lucky I
We
could print
can
that.
help you with that.
So
Any
I
further
just
comments?
wanted to get it done before I left, because I didn't want to leave tracking. Bennett did this and this and left it empty. I just didn't want to go with that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any further comments, discussions from the board? Hearing none, the roll call vote, please. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Thank you. Brings us into old business. Action regarding veterans services. So we have in our packet an email from Adam to Lynette Gabriela, who is with us tonight. This was dated Tuesday, April 18th, regarding Templeton intermunicipality agreement. And that which, well, the table. Only because they can't hear everything with the speaker mics up in the ceiling, so this one works better.
Mr. Chair, if I could just do the introduction. really
Sure, go ahead.
So the last board meeting, we had a discussion, and I really tried to do my best to come up with a hybrid model, because I understand the concept of wanting to keep position here at the town. But at the same time, we're in a position now where we have a substantial amount of backlog that we will need a seasoned person. Lynette and I had a conversation. I also spoke with the mayor, Nicholson, as well. And what we came up with was the draft in front of you. But I really was delicate with this because it will end up costing us a little bit more for veteran services, but I look at it like the consideration of pairing up, having two folks there, one,
Three.
oh, and your staff as well, to really assist and have an administrative coordinator or director here to focus on with Templeton veterans. Veterans are very important to me as well. My family being veterans. So I want to make that very clear. But at the same time, I think it's very important that we have somebody with Lynette's qualifications, her dedication, that she's willing to do this for the town. And I can't stress the importance of this because I really think that I would hate this for it to go on any longer. We've taken a hit in state aid where we had to cut an additional $30,000 because we don't have anybody submitting anything. So I really worked hard to come up with this hybrid model, taking the board's consider the fact that they wanted to keep it here, as well as have somebody who's seasoned like Lynette, who's willing to take on the challenge and help the town. So that's all I have, Lynette. I just wanted to provide that before you spoke. I know this is your second time here, and we appreciate that and your willingness to help us in this time of need.
Commendable.
Thank you for that. Mr. Rice.
Hi, good evening. So we've had this discussion many meetings now, and I was certainly Mike Uverard spoke eloquently earlier during public comment, and he talked about two different things. The fact that we did throw down before. Lynette's been at our meeting before, and we kind of said as a community, I think we felt like we didn't give ourselves a chance. And then, Mike had talked about keeping our promise, which was to hire another veteran service officer, keep it here in town, which we attempted to do. We did. And then again, I think the situation that we've got is a very steep learning curve for what this community needs in the way of veteran services officer. So trying to be looking at the time and being succinct on at least my side, unless we had another possibility, I think the town administrator has done a good job meeting our intent and also seeking out some stability for veteran services by partnering. Instead of going west, he went east to Gardner, to Lynette, to a mayor that is willing to have this discussion again. Obviously, they've got considerations that's why the details are such in that proposed agreement. But I think this, as Adam describes it, as a hybrid model, I think what that does for our community is, number one, it provides a continuity plan for veteran services, and it meets the intent of many veterans that have come before the board in the attempts to keep a veteran services officer, whether they're appointed as the lead or not, but keep a lifeline for veterans that does outreach, that is available, that isn't just doing office hours, that we do buttress that veterans line item. It may take a little bit of some extra resources in there to make sure that the part-timer is as compensated as they were before. But I think this hybrid model actually works for the community and it works for veterans. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Lynette?
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question concerning, and off the top of my head, I cannot think of the reg regarding the Veterans District. What about the Graves officer? Who will, and there is a right off the top of my head, man, I can't think. I think there's a flag officer is supposed to be as well. I believe the veterans agent is also supposed to be the Graves officer. I think, but I'm, as far as the district goes, but there are three components: the veteran service agent, the Graves officer, and then I think the title is flags. So that's, and I didn't see mention of that in here, and I don't want to assume it. So that's my concern right off the top of my head with this.
There is under chapter General Law, Part 1, Title 17, Chapter 115. It starts at sections 7, Veterans Agent, a Burial Agent, Appointments, Powers and Duties. It goes into care and graves of veterans. And it goes in specifically under sections 10, 11 on the appointments of the Veteran Services Directors, Districts, Treasurers, etc. And it gets quite detailed. I did not print the entirety, but I have all the various subsections that are applicable on chapter 115. It's a lengthy set of documents here.
I was just looking at it. It's an appointment by the select board. I remember back when we did it, we were catching up to that, and we made the then VSO or Veteran Services Director Sheila Pelletier. I remember going through the whole research to make sure that we were the correct appointing authority or otherwise, but unless something said it had to be someone holding the position of a VSO or VSD, it's our appointing authority that makes that. So if we had a part-timer and we just so chose to appoint them, then that would comply with that Mass General Law 115.
It is a appointment by us, but it also does specify it must be a veteran.
Okay.
That is very explicit, and that's throughout every one of these sections. That's within the first 5 or 6 sentences. They spell it out and drive the point home hard.
Mr. Chairman. The proposal that's before you is a 3-year agreement through the year fiscal 2026. Now, at your last meeting, and I watched it 3 or 4 times to make sure the verbiage was correct, you voted on authorizing the town administrator to create an agreement for the remainder of 23 and all of 24, which would have been a year, 3 months, and that's what you voted on. And you also said to repost the vacancy as soon as possible. That was your vote in your charge to the town administrator. The vacancy has not been posted, and now you're presented with a 3-year agreement and not a 15-month agreement. How did we get from 15 months to 3 years? That's now going to cost the town of Templeton $65,000 over the course of 3 years. And we're still going to hire an administrative assistant, whether it's part-time or full-time, up to and probably to an amount of $24,000. Now we're at $44,000. We could hire a full-time veteran service officer for that amount of money. It doesn't make sense for us to pool that amount of money, wherever this money is going to come from, and then split it between 2 services. We're saying that we have the money to hire 2 people, but we don't have the money to hire a full-timer. It's illogical.
Thank you for that.
My belief is that this will provide more resources. But if I could also add, we would make it work within the budget. It's a good thing that Select Board Member Curry moved to add additional $10,000 into the Veteran Services personnel so we can make this work. And I do thank him for that. I think that was some forward looking when it comes to the situation we're in today. The board's vote, as I understood it, was to post a position for the person that we would have with the town. But if I could also add, in talks with Gardner, Gardner wanted to see some type of commitment, because there's so much of a backlog there. They're gonna have to go through and audit, all these records.
Over 3 years. Over 3 years. It's gonna
That-
take 3 years to audit records.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I was speaking.
Good.
Thank you. Lynette's gonna have to come in and she could elaborate further on that. But it's gonna take a while to go through and correct all these, because it's gonna have to go way back, further to make sure that she knows everything was submitted. She explained the whole process to me. I'm very confident in her ability to really go through and examine everything, but at the same time, make sure everything was done correctly and that it gets submitted properly to the state so we could get that reimbursement and also serve the veterans of the community. So the answer to your question is I did speak with them about 1.5 years, and the mayor and Lynette proposed this, and I tried to get the intent of the board included in that the best I could to my ability.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice.
Thank you. So, a moment, I understand that we were giving some authority to Adam to go out and help fix this problem. I also understand that Gardner, they're not going to enter into a agreement. I would not think that they would enter an agreement where they just became a slave to Templeton. They've got to have some structure in that agreement that provides some protection or otherwise. The thing that I read in the contract, the intent is to provide services to the veterans in the community, as well as grow a veteran services officer within our community. We have gone through a couple now where we're kind of like a failure to launch, whether it's the wrong strategy for getting someone trained or otherwise. I believe in this model, we are building a better VSO. If we do that before the end of the contract, and we had good visibility on it, this is a severable contract. So as long as we are forecasting to say 100, it's either 120 or 100, I think it's 180 days.
180.
Yeah, 180 days. If we thought our part-timer was ready to operate on their own, we would notify to Gardner, we're ready to take off the training wheels from our community and be able to operate on our own. We can't do that right now. We have been, it has been way too tumultuous for our veterans. I understand the passion and the requirement for serving, but if we keep failing in the model of putting out another bid, trying to train somebody, in this model, we're using a community partner in Lynette and Gardner to be able to provide that continuity of service, right? Even if we brought on a part-timer and they left after six months, I'm telling you, we still have some continuity. But if we bring in a part-time services officer, compensate them adequately, train them adequately, we are building a better VSO office by doing that. That person stays for 6 months. They've got top cover in Lynette's office. They stay for a year. They stay for 18 months. They stay 2 years. And they're doing well. We consult with Lynette. She agrees. Yep, the person that we've hired, perhaps it's time. We either let the memorandum expire after this number of years, or we wind up saying, Gardner, I think we're all right, and we're going to give notice per the agreement to be able to go off on our own. I want to make sure that people understand this is a positive thing. This isn't losing services. This is providing service and building up the capability within our community.
Thank you for the comment, Mike. So Lynette, I have a question direct for you. When we met last August, you were relatively new in the position and you weren't able to fully process veterans claims. Have you moved forward with that?
Okay, so
I had already been in the position for about a year
Mhm.
at that point. I have been processing veterans claims for VA and Chapter 115.
Okay.
I just wasn't fully staffed at that point. I am fully staffed now. And so the Executive Office of Veteran Services has a state mandated amount of staffing required for any type of veteran services district.
Mhm.
Not only is Wachusett District meeting those standards, we're surpassing them. So I fought for extra staffing for my office.
Yep.
Because the main reason is because our district keeps expanding, and I want to make sure that we're allowed to offer those wraparound services that I have been offering. So I know a few gentlemen have spoke earlier about not having veterans needing to leave the community. I give you my word that this is what I do with the 5 communities that I have now and would continue with Templeton, is that any clients that we have that have limited mobility or have transportation constraints, we will go to them. I have met clients in their communities, town halls. I have met clients in their homes.
Mhm.
Just this week, I went to 3 different homes. So never would a client have to travel to Gardner if they didn't want to. That is something that they would have the opportunity to do. But I have not only myself, but I have another full-time assistant director who's also a VSO. And between the 2 of us, both of us travel to home to do applications. So not all clients would have to travel to the city of Gardner.
Okay. And I'm just reflecting on the August 12th meeting, and then I came in and met with you the following day, and we had about an hour-long discussion. But it just, I did not get the total feeling that you were fully able to support, but you know, that could have been my own misinterpretation. Mr. Bronson.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. We're saying that you have to have a 3-year commitment from Templeton. But it's a commitment that is a non-commitment because we can cancel it anytime. Am I correct on that?
No, not according
Is it that way or is it not? Is it a 3-year commitment that we have to stick to? Or is it something that we can cancel anytime? If it is that, then why are we signing into a 3-year commitment? It makes no sense to me. I don't understand.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
it's severable. It's not that you can cancel at any time. It's severable.
Severable with a 180-day notice. Kappas.
How you doing? Yeah, under Master Law, Chapter 115, I believe, if I remember correctly, I can't tell you the facts from first, but you have, going into a district, you have to get this agreement, which is great. Then you're locked into the district. Can you leave the district? You can. You can leave the district starting in May and terminating in April of a fiscal year. That's it. There's no you can't stop in the middle of July and say, well, it's 60 days from now or 120 days from now. It doesn't work that way. There's a specific timeline within Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 115, Section 208, that the break in service of a district. And the only reason why I know that is because I did it with the district in Athol. And I was time constrained from my retirement date to the time I set this up with the previous Board of Selectmen. I had to get it initiated by April 1st, or I had to wait the additional calendar year to initiate it again. So whatever agreement that's written, as far as timelines, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The law supersedes. So as a town making an agreement with another town, which is great. I want the services I want them to have services too. Being a veteran myself, obviously I got a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in here. I love this community. But again, I want them to have the same services. I want veterans to be taken care of, but also realize this. Chapter 115 is 10% of the job. It's 10% of the job.
Mhm.
So which means we have 8 clients, I think, on Chapter 115, give or take. It's 10% of the job. It's the other outreach, which is the other 90%. It's going to the Allegiance and the DABs and, being that person that's there and ready to be there. I think, from my personal opinion, the predecessors of the previous VSOs, Director of Veteran Service Officers, they were pigeonholed. I think people need to understand that there's another boss here. It's not just the Board of Selectmen as the Director of Veteran Services boss. He's a director. He also reports to the Secretary of Veteran Services. He has a dotted direct line to that office, which means he works for that office too. It's the only job in a state, in a city or a town that is statute required. It's based on the state statute that it's like this. Anybody can be laid off except that person. Anybody can be fired, but that person. It's based on the statute of chapter 115. So, I mean, be aware that this is a 10% job, which again, I think things need to take place. I think, you know, overall collectively, I think our veterans need to be taken care of. Do I think there's more veterans out there? Yes. Do I think there's more than what's on these? I think we said like 570 or something like that on the last census, but I think there's more than that. So you look at between 5 and 10% of the community is veteran service based. And that alone, based on those numbers, requires at least a part-time person, not even if not a full-time person. Also, I do know that 600 Washington Street will come here. They will come here. Whoever you hire, they will come here. And they will sit with that person, left seat, right seat, for as long as it takes. If it's 1 day, if it's 2 months, whatever it takes, they have committed to these communities and they will send people out. Us sending people out to other communities, I think that was a bad decision, but that's not my choice to make. But I honestly believe if you put this back out to bid, you hire somebody, save the money, make it $30,000 a year salary, still saving money because now you're not hiring, you know, a couple of people. There is a time lag between what's going to happen as far as, but again, you know, it's not like you have the ability to work with the DVS to go back in time. Like you can go back, you can audit last year and go back and still get money. So it's not like it's completely gone. You know, so whatever reimbursement we were supposed to receive off the cherry sheet, 20,000, 30,000, whatever we're supposed to lose, I don't want to lose any money either. But if I have to lose $30,000 for veteran service money that went to veterans to make sure we hire somebody that's adequate, that's good enough for the community, that's full-time in our community, no disrespect to you, none. I think that we have the ability to do that. I think some control measures need to be put in place, such as, you know, that person needs to understand that his job or her job, that's their job. They can't be pigeonholed to an office for 6 hours a day when 90% of the business is done after 5 o'clock or on the weekends. You know, because again, chapter 115 is 10%. Getting phone calls at 7, 8 o'clock at night because a veteran died in town and you have to bring a flag to that person's house. Because that's what we do. That's what we do in this town. I don't know what Gardner does with the other five communities that Gardner services, but that's what we do. You know, getting a call from the police department because a veteran died in town. And we have to go with the police department to do notifications. We do that as well. Well, giving veterans rides to their doctor's appointment in Fitchburg or down in Holyoke or wherever we need to go. We do that as well. That's the important piece of this part of the job. It's not just chapter 115. It's not just getting that $30,000 reimbursement. It's more than that. It's bigger than that. And I just want the people to understand and realize that. The job is multifaceted. And chapter 115, like I said, is 10% of the job. And the amount of people we have on chapter 115 in this community is very small compared to Gardner. I think Gardner's got like 70 people or something like that. I mean, Gardner's got a lot. I mean, we have like 8, 10 people. You know.
Chair, if I may.
Yep.
The first thing I would like to address is your discussion about chapter 115. So I understand that your numbers might be small right now. That being said, we have been in these negotiations for over 8 months. So for those last 8 months, you have low income veterans, some that are only receiving SSI as income. We're talking around $700, $800 a month. That is their income. That's what they're living on. So yes, Templeton might only have 8 clients on chapter 115, but those 8 clients matter. And the other individuals that might be eligible for chapter 115 that are right now not being served, those people also matter. I understand the extra services that are needed for veterans. I get all of that. But there are veterans right now in your community that are falling through the loops. Like there's people that are not being helped at this very minute. And this has been going on for over 8 months. There's been a lot of turnover in Templeton. I have helped clients from Templeton and just on my own time, but that's not how it should be. If I'm doing the job, the city of Gardner should be compensated for that. But it's not okay that that you guys have veterans in this community that are low income and not being served. I've been low income. I have not made enough money to be able to feed my son before. And if you haven't been in those situations, you don't know the severity of that situation. So when you're in a situation that is that severe and you are food insecure or housing insecure and you don't have anybody to go to, having that person right now does matter. And yes, that $30,000 that needs to be fixed for over a year of messed up books, that's not a huge deal. And yes, that can continue to be fixed. But I've been doing this since 2015. I can easily step in and correct all of those issues and then help to clean things up to go forward. But somebody needs to do something now. This has been a really long time that veterans have been going without being helped, and it's unacceptable. As for what you were saying, I'm sorry, just a second. As for what you were saying about outreach, I agree. I'm big on outreach. Outreach matters a lot to me. One of the main programs that I'm working on right now, we just purchased an ID card machine. I did the same program as the VSO in another community. Basically, what we do is we ask local mom and pop shops if they would offer a discount to local veterans. Any community that's part of my district will be eligible for this. I like to entice people to shop locally, so it will not include big box stores, but any locally owned businesses. So say a barbershop is really slow on Tuesdays, if they could offer a 10% discount to veterans on that day. Or it could be a restaurant that says if you purchase a meal, you'll get a free soda. Anything and everything in between. With those discounts, that gets people into my office so that I can screen them. I can ask them open-ended questions that will draw out whether they'll qualify for Chapter 115, whether they'll qualify for VA claims, whether they'll qualify for any state or federal benefits. That gives me that opportunity to make those connections. And on top of that, we're starting a vet-to-vet volunteer program so that I know another gentleman earlier was speaking about veterans that are coming home from Iraq and Afghanistan wanting to stay at home and not be active in the community, and they're suffering with PTSD, depression, and anxiety. So they're secluding themselves and isolating themselves. This vet-to-vet program is to help those veterans that are younger and more able-bodied to maybe help a veteran that is disabled or a senior and has physical limitations. And then you build that camaraderie. You make those relationships, and it helps the mental health of both of those people, not just one or the other. Both people win. And those are connections that we're trying to make.
So a couple comments. Earlier, Mr. Uverard gave us a comment under public comments. Mr. Kaplis just gave us some stats. Nationally, it's between 9 and 10% are your veterans in any community. The 2020 census is where we got the number 542. And I did not drill down further in the Chapter 115s. I kept off of that, but it is a very small amount. Now, that said, my personal belief, it's underreported. Why? Because it was the 2020 census. People move. If I was in Bellingham and registered, and then I moved here, we don't show up till the next census. So my gut says we're closer to the national average, but can I prove it? Absolutely not. Mr. Uverard addressed the training. After our last meeting on April 12th, I spent a good hour and a half on the phone with the director of training at 600 Washington Street. Initial VSO training is done online. It's all remote access, Microsoft Teams. They give you everything electronically. They put you into the database. You're working the live database to your community. They grant you the access. You get a digital copy of all the manuals in the books. You get a hard copy of all the manuals in the books. And yes, somebody will sit left seat, right seat. We're on their radar. The town of Templeton is on DVS's radar. That's not a good place to be right now. When I had mentioned the discussions on training or the lack thereof, he was going through the roof. And I know when I hung up the phone, he was walking down the hall saying, what the hell's going on? Who wasn't working with the gentleman in Templeton? I don't know the answer to that. But I'm looking at the whole thing and just scratching my head going, where did we fall apart? I understand it fell apart. Lynette, you made the comment, you know, doing the work, but the city should be compensated. I completely disagree with that and my rationale behind that. VSOs are trained. John and I have had many, many discussions on this. The term free VSO means that to the veteran. Yes, absolutely. Does a VSO work for somebody? They do. But any veteran can contract with any VSO. I believe it's the Veterans Administration Form 512, your power of attorney. You can file another one at any point in time, removing one, adding a different VSO. The VSOs work for you. Where Massachusetts throws a twist of the knife at us is our Chapter 115. Yay, Massachusetts, we're doing the right thing for our veterans. People across the nation look at us. We are leading the way. No doubt about that. Absolutely no doubt. It doesn't matter when any veteran goes anywhere, they can start the whole system. We can kick them into the system, but Chapter 115 gets paid out of this town, nowhere else. It doesn't matter who put them in the system. It matters that it goes on. I raised the question specifically with DVS. So there are the recertification windows. I was told, don't panic. Your veterans will continue to receive benefits. Yes, you're right. Some of these are stale. Yes, you're right. We can go back and revisit. And because we're on the radar, they can even go back deeper. John, you gave the year or so back, but they can look deeper than that.
I sure can.
So as I look at this, and Mr. Bronson addressed on the 12th, he had thrown out there a 12 to 14, 18-month window with a sunset clause, but I don't see that written in here at all. Although we do have the severability clause. But I'm just looking at the whole thing and I'm trying to wrap my mind around all of this. We're obligated by a legislative directive to provide a veterans services officer. Templeton is unique with 3 zip codes. Those are 3 geographic isolated areas. Causes us to have a veteran services director. Here's the kicker. Under Chapter 115, a director cannot go into another district. So now what we're proposing here puts us in violation of a state law. And I look at this whole thing and I don't know how to tilt this seesaw correctly, but as I said on April 12th, I will not let a veteran go unserviced. If we're having difficulties and they make the phone call, the number of Boston, they can't get something, the statement I made still holds true. Let me know. But I need to know the person and a contact number, and I will help them connect the dots. And I'm still going to stand by that comment and statement. But as I look at all this, I understand the intent, but I get very frustrated and confused as a veteran myself. And Mike said it so eloquently. A non-veteran cannot tell a veteran how to do this. And it's not a disrespectful thing toward anybody, but we have a mechanism built in place for a purpose. So as I look at all this, I just sit here and scratching my head. And Lynette, that's why I asked you directly, because I have my notes and I reviewed what we did last August. And I had questions. So thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Absolutely.
So part of what you said is accurate. So yes, a veteran can go to any VSO for any VA claims or state benefits. However, for Chapter 115, those have to be done out of said community. So me as the director in Gardner, I don't have access to Templeton's caseload through our system. So I cannot get in there to issue benefits as in Gardner without us having an intermunicipality agreement and adding you into our district. So a Templeton resident can't just go to another community and try to apply for Chapter 115. It's based off of where they live. Their residency matters and they have to go to their person Because otherwise, us as VSOs, we don't have access to other communities' caseloads. So VA claims, yes, I can take all of your VA cases here in Templeton and bring them to Gardner right now.
No,
Chapter 115, I cannot.
I hear what you're saying. And I understand what you're saying, but when I spoke with the training director, he told me otherwise. I'm not going to get into what he said, she said. Any VSO can start them into the system. Yes, you cannot go and look deeper into the caseload, but they're into the system. And the comment that I made, I'm going to stand behind. No veteran will go unserved. I'm VFR direct to that individual, the trainer, and he is willing to work with us. Now, there's no additional IMA required, no this, no that. That's his job. So I understand what you're saying, but unless I completely zoned on the conversation, which I don't believe I did, and I have to reread this chapter 115 in depth.
Well, we can enter them into the system, but we can't request benefits on behalf of Templeton because we don't have access to Templeton's
That's
cases.
incorrect. You can, but then that's where it stops. And then it's up to Templeton to pay the benefit.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Go ahead.
So it seems like there's a lot of discussion about length here. I'm pretty sure I could speak with Gardner and the mayor and we could go through fiscal year 2025 and just drop off fiscal year 2026. And I think that should suffice. I could talk with the mayor and see if I could get that. And that, I think that takes care of all the issues about time and all that. I do think Lynette's qualified. I think she'll do a good job.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to have to reread deep into this. Because we have a select board, because we don't have a town council form of government, it removes you from the equation. You don't have that ability to speak to another community. I wish I highlighted it when I printed all this off 2 days ago. But I was getting cross-eyed and getting a headache with all the readings. We have some other VSOs in the room. I see a hand up in the back. John.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question is, as she helpfully placed, and they were in coordination or in discussions for like the last 8 months. How is that possible? We had a BSO in place.
I mean, 8 months ago when I was last here in front of the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
That was the last time I was here, last August.
My second question would be, based on the statute of the law, chapter 115, a board is required. And each member town is required to at least have one representative from each town in that board.
That's correct.
Right. Has that been going on as well?
We have a board, yes.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Your question?
Looking at the clock.
Hang on, Jeff.
It's not a question. I just wanted to thank Lynette for taking the high road and coming back.
Thank you.
I commend you for that. When Mike Uvard was reading his letter, I saw you there reading that same letter. You are a veteran. So thank you for that. When Mr. Kaplis, my question is to you, when a veteran dies, you bring him a flag. Can that continue? Is it at the veterans officer or is it all you gentlemen in this room?
Well,
Is it any one of you? Can any one of you do that?
the United States Postal Service, which is the Great Operations Service, maintains at least on average 10 ceremonial flags.
Thank you.
On average. So yes, any veteran can do that, but typically the Veteran Service Officer, Director of Veteran Services, that one of his main functionalities is to be that person. I can't tell you how many bedside, bedsides I had to go to. With flags and
And my final point would be having to use your services myself. She's been amazing dealing with my daughter in Connecticut because my daughter took over. So I just want to go into, sorry. She has worked with my daughter in Connecticut. And the turnaround, I can say, the turnaround time in some of these instances, because my son is a veteran and he did take his life.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Mary would send her an email and before her response would be done. So I am very grateful to you. And we need to try something different because what we've done and been doing hasn't worked.
Mr. Bennett.
Per our policy, I'd make, it's coming up on 2200, make a motion that we go past the 2200 for the meeting.
Second,
Motion made and seconded per our policy to continue the meeting past the 2200 soft stop. Any further discussions from the board? Hearing none, the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry.
yes.
I vote yes as well. Let the record show that's unanimous. We will continue. Thank you for that, Jeff. I saw a hand up in the back.
Yeah, just
Bob?
a quick question. We know that the claims can be handled. So that's within the town. They can go to you at any point in time. They can also go to the DV chapter service officers. They can go to any other VSO. So it doesn't have to be. So now all that can be handled. So now we're talking just chapter 115. Am I correct on that? Is that what we're looking at right now? Is the commitment is to make sure that the chapter 115s get handled. The ones we have and the potential ones that we might have in the future. We right now have 4, again, approximately. And let's say it goes 6, 8, even 10. So what we're suggesting is to pay Gardner $30,000 a year to handle 10 claims. Maybe if we can increase it to maybe 15. If we just let the people, someone that we want to get in town, post it again, let them know that there's been an increase, so the pay is not 19,000 or whatever it was before. That, now you've got something to work with. Now you've got someone that's gonna say, okay, well, 20 hours here and making $30,000 a year, that I can live with because I can do another town for 20 hours and get $30,000 there. Now you're making 60,000 and decent income. When you're making 19,000 for 19 hours or whatever it was, you're asking them to do a part-time job and handle it like a full-time position. If we get them, we now know that we can get the training online. And again, I had mentioned it before, pay Gardner to have him go and spend, one morning a week. If you want to set 5,000 aside for on-the-job training, that's fine too, or some other place. The point is that we still need to have someone here that's not here part-time in terms of, well, I've got 5 towns and Gardner now. I mean, yes, it's great that she has help now, and one of them is a really good friend of mine, a great guy, and I know he's going to work out wonderfully for her. But the fact is, Templeton still needs our VSO here in town. There's not going to be a substitute, even for a couple of years. It's not going to be as good as having our own. And what is going to be left with at the end of that time frame is we're still going to have to get someone in here to do it. Either we start it now and get it going, or we wait the 2 or 3 years down the road and try to get it done at that point in time, which is, it was just kicking the can down the road. I don't see the value in that at all. Let's put the effort and the money into getting the person that we need here, get them paid properly, and get them trained properly. Don't require them to be in here 6 hours a day, twice a week. Don't put those restraints on him. Again, him or her, whoever it happens to be. But let's try to fix it and not bandage it and put a Band-Aid over the darn thing. Please fix this.
Thank you for that comment. Hang on just a moment, Mike. When I moved into this town in '99, we were serviced by the town of Winchendon. Charlie Grout, God rest his soul, the first gentleman buried at the Winchendon Veteran Cemetery. At that time, we didn't have a VSO. We got rolled in with Athol in the Quabbin district. We all know that was a nightmare. John's sitting there shaking his head, and this was prior to John being our full-time VSO. We made a vow that we would never, never do that again. And yet here we are looking at saying, let's outsource this again. But the town said, no, it's not going to happen. We're going to keep this in our town. So this is what mind boggles me on all of this. I know for a fact the records that left Charlie's office were intact. What came here from Athol was not. My question as a veteran is, where did my records go? And nobody can answer that. I don't want to see that happen to a fellow brother or sister veteran ever, ever again. And as the chair of this board, I shoulder that very, very heavily. I embrace it. It's like, no, I'm not going to let this happen to you. This is the hill I am willing to die on. You know, to put it in our military terms. Mike Everard had his hand up. Mike.
The hours that we proposed in the last two vacancy position applications out there restricted that individual to 12 hours in this office twice a week. Now, what that does is it eliminates an entire slew of qualified individuals that would really want to do the job, but as a part-time job. They still have full-time jobs and they are veterans and they're willing to help, but the position's requirements exclude them right off the bat because they're not going to leave a full-time job to sit in that office for 12 hours a week on a part-time job. If we eliminate the requirement to sit in the office for 12 hours a week and open it up to anyone, you're going to get more candidates and you're going to get good qualified candidates that are willing to work outside the normal hours. And veterans don't care what time they come in. They'll come in at 5, they'll come in at 6 at night, they'll come in at 7, they'll come in on the weekend. Allow that person the flexibility to service the veterans within the community on the times they require. It's almost like by saying to a veteran, hey, you want to come in and talk about benefits? Well, you have to be here on this day between these hours. Or take time off from work, sorry. And that's just not fair to veterans. It isn't. And Lynette is extremely qualified. She could easily do the job, but it's not whether she can do the job or not. It's what's best for the veterans of this community. The veterans of this community. That's what's important. Now we need to come to a solution. There's solutions out there. We've just basically said, well, the last two didn't work out. We're going to throw our hands up in the air and enter into a 3-year agreement. And that's not a solution. That's a throwing your hands up in the air and say, I give up. I'm done trying. This is the only solution. 3 years, $60,000.
Mr. Vice.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. So I want to fact check something that Mike just said. So he said that the position was offered as 12 hours a week with set hours. Is that true, Adam? How was it? Was it offered as 19 and a half?
As I recall, the position when it was posted didn't reflect that. Those times were agreed upon between the employee and myself.
Okay. I wanted to get that first. So, you know, I'm really kind of responding to what Mike is talking about. It's like, how do you move it? How do you move it forward? I'm not even talking to just Mike. I'm talking to Bob. I'm talking to John. I'm talking, Jim hasn't said anything. I'm talking to all of you. I don't understand why you don't think that we still put a person in that position. We make sure it's adequately funded for that job. You know, I would say, I would want to make sure that position thrives with, you know, you got the 19 and a half. If everyone in the audience is basically saying, you're all wrong, this needs to be full-time, and that's really our way forward. You got to understand, to hire a full-time employee, it's way more money with less effectiveness right now than our budget can handle. However, if you go into this, if you're going into a intermunicipal agreement at the same time as hiring a full timer, even if you have to add another 10K or otherwise, basically looking at the TA and say, make it happen in accordance with the budget that we're, trying to get passed on May 10th. I don't see how this is losing for anybody unless you had an ulterior motive because you didn't want certain people, or you were unhappy of what got us to this point. Moving forward, and I'm going to say it again, we're trying to build into place continuity of support, whether there is case cleanup, additional cases, or otherwise. And remember, it's an agreement. It's not just our demands of the city of Gardner. It's an agreement. They've got their considerations for compensation hours or otherwise. And I'm confident that we could work that out. But it provides continuity of service. And what everyone is talking about, it retains a veteran in our town doing all of the outreach. I think Bob was saying, that person needs to be the VSO in designation. I don't disagree with that at all. I want to be able to do this in a way, again, I have continuity of support. And if we were able to name this part-timer as in title, the Director of Veteran Services, while keeping that agreement with Gardner. I don't know if you can do that, but I would support it. I want it to be what you want it to be, but we've got to do something. And we're spinning our wheels by having this conversation. We're actually kind of saying the same things. There's different flavors of it, but we got to do something.
Mr. Chair. What I would say is follow the general law. That's what I would say. Follow Mass General Law, Chapter 115, Section 208. Follow the law. We're a district. Can district merge another district? Based on the statute, it can't. It can't. It's actually illegal to do so. There would be other magic that would have to be done by the DVS in Boston in order for that to make that even happen. Then on top of all of that, we're still spending more money for a district to hold up, to be a district. And then to come out of that district, it's not, whatever agreement that we have is all great. The verbiage is excellent. It all is. But it doesn't matter. The law says you only have till April 1st to come out of a district. Period. So even if your agreement ended on, you want to come out in July, well, you can't. You have to wait till April. Because that's what the law says. It's in the law. And the only reason why I know is, like I said, I went through this with Athol, and I went to Boston and I sat with all those guys at the DVS. I went through all of that. And I agree with Mike too. I don't want services to go away, but I'm not going to sit here and spend, this type of taxation dollars for potentially 10 Chapter 115 clients, and then spend another, 20,000 for have somebody in that office that's going to just push people to Gardner. That's not going to satisfy.
John, let's have town council then make that determination.
Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. Me personally, I'd have told him pound sand. Second of all, I'm a Marine, so the hardest way is the easy way. Lastly, when the town was a member of the Quabbins Regional Veterans District, I was the town's representative for a year and a half or so, maybe two, but until I was approached by Mr. Caplis when I was on the select board, and I was pushing hard for the town to get out of it, because the things I saw being the town's rep on that board and the director, and I'm not saying you are like him at all, and I hope to God there's only one of him, because we don't need him. The veterans were highly underserved in this community and the other communities in that district. And when John approached me about making the move that he wanted to make, I pushed hard for it, and I totally supported it. And which is why I'm not gun shy or anything, but like I said, I'm a Marine, so the hardest way is the easy way. I'm not in favor of doing this because my experience is it didn't work well. And I just have my doubts whether all intentions, well intentions, you have ability, you said you the desire to do this and stuff, but I think there's a road someplace that's paved with good intentions. I am just not ready to say give. I'm just not. Again, my experience with the district, and I still think the hours, the pay, if they would go increase, we would get the candidate that we need. Would that be a month or 3 months? I don't know. I do know that we do have options to try to take care of the small number of vets that we are currently have on the books, which is the most important thing. The next would be to go after, let vets know, hey, you were in these things, you need to get on the program. It's not an admission of weak or this or that. A veteran myself, I got issues. I got a bad knee. I got a bad back from rock climbing, diving, parachuting. I haven't gone to the VA because I'm of the mindset, like I think was mentioned, we're the last ones to go ask for help. And as long as I can still get up and walk around, well, I'm fine. But there are vets out there I know that need the help, could use the help. Again, they're just the last ones to say, hey, can you give me a hand? So my experience with a district and so forth, bad taste in my mouth, and I'm just, maybe I'm being hard-headed, maybe I'm being stubborn. My personal thing is involved here, but I think it's worth the effort to try it. A different approach. And again, I really thank you for coming back here. And I've talked to residents in other towns, and I've talked to the officials, and they have good things to say about you. So you are putting out an effort. And I know the city council, Gardner, I was watching the meeting, they gave you more money, they gave you more staff. So I saw that coming months ago. But that's my opinion and my thought and desire to go away is nothing aimed at you. I just want you to know that. Even though my views on some veteran things are different. Mainly. So again, it's not on you. It's just my experience and my thoughts of this community can do for the people who earned it, and they're owed it. So I'm a no vote on this. Again, I know I hear things about you that I've been told things that you're doing a good job and you do help out, but it's just, it's not me. All right. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Again, the intent of working with Gardner is to set the next VSO officer up to succeed and to stay here and I would like to see the next VSO officer take him through to retirement. Start him off, give him the foundation. Maybe he has to start part-time, but build to full-time, full benefits and take him through to retirement. And that person can train the next person. What we've done hasn't worked, and Lynette is not Athol.
Yeah. I think we're still kind of missing the point that John made, and I really want to thank him and stress that if we have an April timeframe that we can end the agreement that we have, and that apparently that's the only time we can do it. Now, we're still, unfortunately, trying to merge a district to a district, which is against the law. So what we're trying to do right now is already illegal. But if we were to try to do it and get it through till next April, do a 1 year and reevaluate at a year. This 3-year commitment is just crap as far as I'm concerned. But again, how do we get past that district into a district and then getting out of a district? It sounds like we're butting our heads against a wall that we don't even know what's on the other side. So I mean, whether we want this or don't want this, if it's illegal, it's illegal.
Can we get a determination on that? Adam?
That was my question.
Tom already reviewed the agreement the last time I came to the board, and the board has the authority to enter into an agreement with another community.
Can we just check that the general, what was brought up specifically for the seat from the?
I could check again with town council.
Not so much on the agreement. I'm not asking about the legal sufficiency of the agreement, but if there is existing law that this does not address. But if is, let me say
Director
this.
into a district is where we get to the sticking point.
If he goes to town council and he gets a determination, then we go back to the veterans that are in front of us right now and say, here's the legal determination. There's an answer. It's either yes or no. And we have the resources to be able to say, yes, it is. Everyone in the audience right now believes that it is against the law to do what we're trying to do. So let's find out.
Yep.
Hang on, Terry, you had your hand up earlier.
No, I was just agreeing with Mike. We need to find out what the,
Yes.
if it, and Adam said, you just said it's legal. What is
He
it?
said the agreement was
The
illegal.
agreement is legal. The agreement's been reviewed. Legal is.
under the law of Massachusetts.
Yes.
You wouldn't think Tom would have known
I think we've been
I
talking
wouldn't-
about this a lot.
Harry, I
so-
wouldn't second guess town.
No.
Two different things.
No.
Don't question town council.
Like, good, like,
I'm gonna help you end this and put it to a vote. I'm gonna go back to what I said almost 3.5 hours ago. Will this Board of Selectmen uphold its promise that it made to the veterans of this community? And that's, you gotta ask yourself that.
We would.
Hold your promise.
We would. I would keep a VSO in this community.
It doesn't. This agreement does not.
I don't know why you don't think that, Mike.
I've heard nothing.
If we're telling you that we would hire a part-timer like we've had, but at the same time, we needed to put training wheels on and have another community support it. I don't understand why.
What you're saying to me is you're gonna hire 2 veteran service officers for the community of Templeton to process chapter 115 claims. That's what you're saying. That's the intent, is to get the part-timer here eventually up to speed to do chapter 115 claims, which can be done in almost a relatively quick period of time. And at the same time, we're paying Gardner to process 115 claims.
But they haven't. We lost $30,000 in the budget.
Well, we lost $30,000. It's on the cherry sheets.
It's not lost.
It's,
Not lost.
that's what our budget was based off of. So, yeah, we had to cut 30,000. No matter what anybody says, we had to cut $30,000 from this fiscal year 2024 budget because we lost that revenue. It's a fact.
I knew Jimmy would touch.
Jim's gonna speak.
Hey, Jim.
I won't just walk up, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm on the side of, we need a veterans agent in Templeton. I remember when Charlie Grout was a veterans agent. And if people didn't want to go to Winchendon. My dad was one of them, he just didn't want to go. And Charlie didn't really want to work with Winchendon. He told me that. I was in his office on a regular basis. Then I went to Athol. As everybody says, that was a mess. And I worked with him on different issues, but it was a mess. We need one in Templeton. If it means we have to take and hire somebody that probably could go to Gardner, I mean, they could get the training, as you said, from DVS, while watching videos, have somebody come down here. That's great, if that's the way we need to go. If we need to send somebody, hire somebody to work in the Gardner office, as well as taking care of people here on some issue for a short period of time, maybe 6 months max to get the training, I'm okay with that. We want to wait 1.5 years or 3 years agreement before we can pull that person back here on whatever the stipulations are. I'm not for that long period of having somebody in here. Because if we wait that long, it's going to be forgotten and it's going to be policy now that we are part of a conglomerate of veterans aid of other towns.
It just doesn't work well. I've talked to other veterans service offices that have multiple towns. And they're small towns, but they themselves say it doesn't work real well. Yes, I can service, say, Spencer, but I can't service the town next very well. They have to come to see me. Sometimes if I get a chapter 115, I'll help them out. But I'm not gonna go to the next town, I guess Brookfield's adjacent to them. And help them out because there just isn't time. They'll have to come to see me in Spencer or wherever it may be. So, yeah, I know it checks all the boxes to have this big division of people that we're working with. And I'm sure you're doing a great job, but I don't feel that Templeton needs to go that direction. We need to find a cure for our problem.
Good.
So my question is, how long are we gonna go without a veteran service officer? How long are we gonna do that?
Well, let me answer your question with a question. I'm going to direct this one to the TA and the assistant TA. On April 12th, we gave the directive to re-advertise the position. Did we re-advertise the position?
Whoa. The intent, and I believe Mr. Curry made the motion, how I understood it was, if I can through the chair to Mr. Curry, was for the position to be with intent to have it go with this agreement. That's how I understood it.
Get the training through Gardner to establish a permanent.
Correct. So I wasn't going to be
I remember
posting a position until the board approved an agreement. That would be putting the cart before the horse.
Well, and I'm going to reiterate and recant to this. I have said at least 4 times tonight. The training is through the Department of Veteran Services. It's wonderful when that is willing to work with it. We are not doing this correctly. The training for the VSO is through DVS. And I'm looking through the notes here to see how we finally voted on this. We just approved the meeting minutes tonight.
Mr. Chair, so am I hearing you correctly? We haven't been training our VSOs properly? They've not gone through DVS. Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead, Ollie.
I keep hearing people refer to the training, the lack of training. I just need to say, with both of these people that we hired, I spoke with Tracy at the Department of Veteran Services, and she was in touch with both of them and had meetings set up with them, and I believe did some training.
Okay.
They had this training, so if we hadn't provided the training, I could understand this, but we didn't.
Quite a bit of training.
They've been going through the Department of Veteran Services for their training. If they didn't follow up with that, then that's on them. And maybe some other things were in the middle of it.
Agreed.
Provided the training.
Agreed. And I'm not in here every day of the week. I don't know if the folks from DVS came here. I can get that answer. And as I said, on April 13th, when I called and spoke with the director of training, he was pretty upset. So I don't know. There's a disconnect. Where is the disconnect? I don't know.
She did come here, actually, after the first person left the day after, because there was no, time.
Yep.
Or whatever. So she did show up to meet with him.
Do we know? Was it just once? Was it multiple?
I don't know. She said
Okay.
she was there to meet with him.
No, I understand that.
And then I contacted her to meet with the second person. So they were in touch as well.
But as John eloquently pointed out to us, they'll sit there, left seat, right seat, walk you through everything. Mike, you said it in your opening comments during public input. Veterans, we're hard-headed. Like Jeff said, the hard way is the easiest way. Absolutely.
Jesus.
Don't
Obviously,
show
it's
your hands. I
10:30.
don't want anybody to tip all their cards, but I'll tell you
You are
for a fact.
hard-headed.
I didn't go to sick call. A lot of stuff is not documented. Looking backwards, 25 years later, man, was I stupid. However, be that as it may, yeah, we're all there. I get it. But moving it forward, I have to agree with Jeff. I am not in favor of this. I was in a district before. I was underserved and that left a really bad taste. Nothing against Lynette as a sister vet, no problem. I don't have any issue whatsoever. Where I get frustrated is the IMA with the city. Where I get frustrated is if we're skirting or really dancing around the law and putting ourselves into a potential violation. That's what we need the answer to.
That's what I was gonna ask you is, I mean, we're still at the point where we don't know if we can even join. We need to find out. If we are a district, can we join a district? If it's against the law, it's against the law, and this is all moot. It doesn't matter. If we can, district to district, do we want to, is the next question. Personally, I don't see it as that way. We need our VSO here. Can we use some help and training? Absolutely. We have DVS to do that. Let's make sure that occurs. And let's get rid of the requirement to be in the office for 6 hours a day, twice a week. It is ridiculous. You know, and whether it was something that you two agreed to, Adam, or not, it doesn't matter at that point in time. It's a restriction that is, and so you know, it's a restriction that does not work for veterans, period. So we can't have that anymore. So right now, the only thing we can do is find out, is that a law? So that's our next move as a town. Can a district become part of another district? That's the only thing we can do right now.
And this is one of the challenges the board faces, because we cannot have these kinds of discussions. We cannot deliberate without putting ourselves into an OML violation state. It has to be done in this public forum. Yes, it's painful. Yes, I agree. We've lost 2 more weeks in a total of 8 months. Are we going to fix this tomorrow? No. Are we going to fix it within 30 days? Hopeful? Maybe.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Just one last question.
Yeah.
Are we taking care of our chapter 115 people now?
We are.
In-house,
We are.
so we're okay.
Yes.
Are we going over and above and looking for somebody, looking for more people for chapter 115? No. Are we taking care of people who want to file for a disability? No.
Actually, we are.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean.
Not as the VSO.
Not as a VSO in the town, but there are VSOs in town who are not town employees who I know. And the VB 512, I believe it is, Sheila, John, correct me if I'm wrong, the numbers.
122.
Thank you.
So
We're
Our veterans are being.
yes,
Who's
the
taking
chapter
care of them?
115 becomes the bail.
is it a veteran that's taking care of them?
Absolutely.
Has to be.
The 115s, who's taking care of the vets?
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead.
I'd like everyone to know.
Yep.
So ever since the person that left in July, I had to get the veterans paid. I wanted to make sure they were paid. So I had to get from accounting the invoices for the last month that were put through. So ever since July, these people that are on chapter 115 have been getting the same exact amount every month. Because I, as a non-veteran services agent, cannot change that. And I've had to have the chair sign that for each payment each month to get them paid. So they could be, maybe it changed, maybe they had medical expenses, maybe it's more, maybe it's less, who knows, until Lynette or whoever ends up doing this goes through all these back things to see if they're being paid what they're supposed to be paid. In the meantime, we have veterans coming in with new medical bills that just get stuck in a pile and they're just waiting for their money. So sure, they're being taken care of, but not the way they should be.
Is that part of your
And
written,
that's why I get so angry.
is that part of your written, do you have a written contract with us? Is that part of your, like,
Part of-
wheelhouse? Is that part of your job
It's not part of my
qualification?
job description, and actually, it's not even under our department, it's under community services, so I shouldn't even be doing it, but I took it upon myself to do it to make sure they got paid. I don't want them to suffer because of our lack of being able to hire someone.
Thank you.
So. That's just like, it's okay. So what was the last Director of Veteran Service Officer doing if he wasn't doing chapter 115?
Well,
I'm just curious. I
After
mean,
he got trained
yeah,
and was able to take that off my plate, I think it was a month or two that they got paid by him and then back to me again. Because we've gone through so many people.
I can only talk about my experience, and I can tell you that when I took over the job from a district, and I went with you to get those files, which took about, I don't know, a whole bunch of files.
Yeah.
It literally took me 4 days. 4 days to process 115. As long as, like it's, there's documentation that's required, pay stubs and bank statements and all the required documentation you're gonna need. But again, back then, we only had 5 people on chapter 115. So it wasn't like a really heavy load for me, and because the way the law is set up, we had to break from the district no later than 1 April. Well, we had to wait, like I said, an entire year again to break from the district. And even back then, when it was in Athol, we didn't even have an agreement back then. We were just part of the district. The agreement that we originally had was just an agreement that we were part of the district, which was done like just after Charlie Grubb left. So it was probably, years. But again, I also want you to know, speaking of districts, is the fact that when I first took this off, it was like 4 or 5 clients on chapter 115. My first year, we went to over 30 clients. My second year, we went almost over to 60-something clients, where we had almost $170,000 expelled just out of Templeton alone because of services that were so lost over that long period of time. And I actually went back for death benefits that were paid, that again, based on the law, you can only go back up to 90 days. Or up to 30 days, depending on where the loss is now, because it's like it's $3,000. But back then it was $2,000, and you can only go back so much time. I actually had an exception to policy through the DVS because I had at least 4 veterans that still owed money to funeral homes that were 2 years old, that I got special permission to pay and get reimbursed for. So there are avenues of approach for everything. It doesn't take that long. It doesn't, that's why I'm really concerned. Since July, that's really concerning because it literally took me 4 days to get into the system, to get to 600 Washington Street. And I actually went there for training and sat left seat, right seat there. And then the person actually came out to my office here when I was in the cubicle over there. And then, it didn't take that long. That's why I understand it's not challenging. It's really not that hard. It's about uploading documents. It's about putting numbers in a computer system. It's up, making track of, DD 214s. It's not a lot of heavy lifting. In fact, now, we could probably do it over the phone. Like you can tell me what your income is, and I can tell if you qualify or not.
Right, but you've been trained, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, but training, it doesn't take that long. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. It doesn't take, months and months and months and months and months. It doesn't take that long. It
John,
takes.
How long were your office hours? Did you ever?
I didn't have office hours. I had appointment only, and I did outreach. And for all intents and purposes here, my salary is $20,000 a year. That was my salary. And 19.5 hours. On average, I work between 35 and 50 hours per week, on average. And to make that even better, because I'm disabled as well. I know I don't look it, but I am. It's upstairs. But I actually took a cut in pay, so I was only making $10,000 a year. I was giving the other $10,000 back to the town. So for 3 years, I gave $30,000 back to the town. It's because I wanted to make sure that this town was protected for veteran services. And we spent a lot of time, a lot of efforts, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make the connections that we have, not just with the BFW or the American Legion Post in town, or the DAV or the Purple Heart Association, which is hanging out here. This is a Purple Heart community because of all the work that we did here. The signs, we were the first community to have, Wounded Warrior parking signs in the upper Worcester County. First one. There's a lot of things that we made. We have Friends of Templeton veterans here. We designed that outreach program specifically for immediate service because we know chapter 115, which is awesome, which is great. It takes anywhere between a month, at least a month, because again, depending on when you put that paperwork in, for the checks to be cut, for the select board to sign the warrant, for the checks to go out, it takes at least a month. And most times, most communities do it 1 time a month. They do it once, just 1 time. So which means if you miss that 1 day coming in, you have to wait till the next month to get your chapter 115 benefits. So we established the Friends of Templeton veterans to have immediate service where if that veteran needed food, fuel, for his vehicle or fuel for their house, or whatever else they needed. We had a service that was out there and in the toolbox ready to go. I think what we should need to do is really focus on the fact that if we put this position out there and still save money by, put it out there for $30,000, say shits and giggles, $30,000, and then make sure that that person's trained by the Department of Veteran Services who comes out here. And if somebody needs to be on them, there's plenty of veterans in this room that would be more than happy to be, a lifeline or a resource for that individual, whoever gets elected or hired.
Why didn't it work for the past two
Because
veterans?
nobody reached out to anybody. They were pigeonholed into office hours, depending on how that worked, I don't know. Because veterans are regimented in a certain way. We're regimented. We're guided by our own internal instincts. So we have a way to do things. We're not going to take anything that's not ours. We're not going to do that. We're going to work our butt off because this is what we want to do, because we're helping our brothers and sisters. We're doing it because we love it, not because we have to. I made $10,000 a year, working almost 50 hours a week. And I didn't do it because I wanted to or I had to. I did it because I did it because I wanted to do it. Because I felt it was needed for this community. Because it was so mistreated over the course of so many years because of the district that was covered by Athol. And again, I'm not saying that the Garden District is the same. I'm not saying that. But all I am saying is I think there's other avenues of approach that we could have to put this back on the chopping blocks for a rehire, have a board convene, increase the pay, get the individual out of this building and get him into the community center, where he could be or she could be like a double role player, because now they can do some other assistance with like food stamps and SNAP benefits, as well as the other benefits that are obtainable for the veterans in this community. There's other avenues of approach. I mean, there's very honest, smart people in this room. I mean, just put our heads together, come up with an idea. Just don't.
I'd be willing to send one of my chapter service officers to the community center to work with them once a week.
Which is what I was just going to suggest.
I have 5. I'm willing to give one up. There's
I'm
so many
the-
different things.
The first junior vice commander for the Department of Shooting, the DAV. In 2 years, I'll be the commander for the state. We have resources. No one ever comes to us and say, hey, we can use some help. When you get a new VSO, the very first thing you should do is make sure that they meet the commander for the Legion down in Bolivar. Make sure they meet the commander for the chapter 30 of DAV. Get them over to the VFW and Guard, get them the areas around here, have them introduced and meet the people that can help them.
So what I was thinking is you guys go to them. You guys should come to them. If you know we've got a new guy, why aren't you coming to them? Why aren't you coming to them? I mean,
They didn't know.
When we
how
did,
could they not know? You're sitting right there. You hired them.
Yeah, he was at one.
Jim, go ahead.
The last 2 veteran service officers we had, I was here the day, their first day, offered anything
Thank
I
you,
could
Jim.
do.
Thank you. But
Um,
obviously,
how
we
friends
didn't
with
do
the
enough.
Veterans of the American Legion. How can we help you? Never got a call from either one.
But that's where we need to really push. So when we get someone in here, yep, my responsibility. I need to be here
Yeah.
talking to him too. Okay, so I'm willing to make that commitment. I already put in probably.
And Lynette's
30 to
willing to
40
make
hours
that
a
commitment?
week anyways, it's, that's the thing about most service organizations. There's very few people who get paid for this.
And you
It's
wonder,
all volunteer.
and you wonder
Do the
if
check.
it's changing, where the last 2 VSO officers didn't stay. Maybe they, didn't want to put the extra time in.
I don't think
To
it's the
echo-
extra time. I seriously, and I'm sorry, but I seriously think a lot of it is. The last thing I want to do is to be working to help veterans by sitting in office waiting for someone to show up and just staring at the walls. Don't put that on them. Don't pigeonhole them into an office hour or an office time. Let them run what they need. Like John was saying, it's, the majority of the work is done after hours. Let him go out and do what he needs to do. I'll guarantee you're not going to get someone that's going to rip you off and only work 10 hours a week. Odds are it's going to be another John that's putting in the 30, 40, 50 hours a week, because that's what vets do. We want to help other veterans. That's seriously why we have these organizations, why everything is volunteer on it. We don't need the pay for that. This guy is gonna be working part-time, but full-time
Yeah.
somewhere else, you know, and so yes, give him the pay, but give him something that's decent. But let him do his job the way it needs to be done and not the way someone thinks it needs to be done. Let him make that choice. Again, more than willing to sit down with him. I know Jimmy will, I know that, Mike and John, all of us, and there's others in towns that will absolutely.
Cause you know they're not gonna come to you. You said it yourself.
To answer your question directly, and the same thing Jim said, I was on the screening committee. We racked and stacked, we hired a VSO, shortly later left. Went back through, hired the next candidate. Shortly later, they left. We spoke with them at that point. They were introduced as new employees. That night, leaving in the hallway, welcome to the team. Here we are. Let me know what I can do to help you. Jim did it. I did it. There was a breakdown. It doesn't matter where, we're not gonna
You're
point
right.
fingers. There was a
Doesn't
breakdown.
matter. We need to,
We need to get
Fix
past it. Now we know where the roadblocks are. Let's pull the chocks, let's kick the tires, and let's get it rolling.
We've already established that we're gonna give them more pay. That's gonna open it up. Now we're gonna let them have the hours that they need when they need. Now we can get a full-time person, you know, someone that's working full-time somewhere else to come in and do part-time here.
the
So
first thing we need to establish is it against the law? I thought that was the
Yes.
first.
still that's
Yes.
just the absolute thing that we, just to settle that. But in the same respect, let's get going and hire another VSO. Get it out there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we baked the horse
I think we have baked the horse.
into glue.
Yes.
I would like to have a comment. There's a
Sure.
backlog of work that needs to get done.
Called the-
So for anybody, if I can, I'm speaking. Okay, but you know, but in all seriousness, we have a backlog of paperwork and this is gonna require somebody seasoned posting it, and you don't get anybody that has the experience like Lynette. It's just gonna continue. Hopefully it doesn't. I don't, but putting somebody into that position at this point, I don't even feel comfortable doing as the town administrator for the town. I think it's not fair to that person. It's so backed up. It requires somebody with the expertise like Lynette to do it. That's my serious recommendation at this point.
Any other comments from the board?
None.
Can I entertain a motion from the board, how we would like to proceed?
I'd like to give consensus to the town administrator to check for legal sufficiency and to get that. One thing was definitely not in question was to hire somebody. So get that notice out on the street for a part-time VSO. That would not change anything else. That has always been the constant. I realize Adam might have been working other things, trying to again frame this out. But I think that's the consensus I'd like to have with the board, is to have them check for legal sufficiency and get that job posting out.
What position? What position we're posting for?
Part-time
Veteran services officer.
Part-time BSO.
Oh, so we're not going with Gardner?
No, that's
No,
not
that's
what
not what
Mike's
I'm
saying.
saying. We would have been hiring a veteran services officer regardless of any action that the board was taking in joining with Gardner. You would still be hiring, whether you want to call it an assistant or I call it a veteran services officer or otherwise, we were still looking to have a part-time person doing that job. I mean, is that correct?
So what I hear.
Hang on. So Adam, the first question that has to get asked is the legal sufficiency. Can a district
I
join
understand.
a district? We don't know the answer to that. But to Mike's point, even with the proposed IMA in front of us, we need to have somebody here in town. And that needs to be a vet. So we need to post that position. If we can do the merger district to district. If we can't, we need to post that position for a VSO.
We could potentially have two VSOs.
No. Still one.
Are you worried about what are you worried about what the duties are going to be the same? Are you worried about what you're actually going to call it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I?
Go ahead, Holly.
So Mike, I think the confusion is Adam was suggesting if we went with Gardner, we would hire a part-time assistant. Whether that was, they wouldn't have to be a veteran, they could be.
No,
They would
they have to be a veteran.
No, I'm trying to talk with what I know already. I have talked to Lynette about this. If they're an assistant in the Veterans Office, they do not have to be a veteran. If they're gonna process the claims and they do have to be a veteran, they'd be a veteran service officer. So there's two different positions they're talking about. So I think Adam's asking, which one do you want us to post now?
I thought this was training wheels.
It is, it's,
So if you're gonna hire a non-veteran, that person cannot be a veteran service officer down the road.
no, it's training wheels
For the individual to take
to get
over.
everything backed up. And then when we hire someone, they would train with Lynette. The assistant would remain.
So we'll have a VSO and an assistant.
Yeah,
Part-time assistant, so they can take in the paperwork. They can,
To a part-time
just like
VSO.
any other administrative assistant, do probably the majority of the job. With the higher level things going to the veteran services.
No, they can't do any portion of it. That's where we're falling apart on this discussion.
They can't
It's
do it.
Hire an
does
assistant,
Polly
and
get
have the job. Hire the assistant and have being a veteran one of the qualifications or one of the
Requirements.
That way he can become a VSO.
She,
Okay, yep.
you're welcome.
Okay, right here.
no
Again,
regular
you
office
know, if I
hours.
can build consensus within the room, it's very easy to agree with that. I don't care if you call them a veterans service assistant, whatever you want to call them, but have them be a veteran.
Yep.
That way we've got the flexibility that we need. What if it does come back that it's illegal to do that, right? We get a legal insufficiency. We will have still been moving forward with a part-time job posting for a veterans assistant or veteran services assistant. Call it whatever you want, but move forward with hiring a part-time veterans person.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, the job description for the part-time veterans service assistant or officer, who will write that description up and what will it entail? Should we? You know, I heard the recommendations of the veterans in the the audience, and you know, if it's a veteran service officer, they don't, the position shouldn't pigeonhole them into office hours. So how are we gonna come, you know, we're still without a veteran service officer this evening. We're still gonna be without a veteran service officer. We're giving Holly the extra work and I'm glad she's taking it, but we've got to come up with a job description, a new job description, because the old one doesn't work. I mean, where do we go from here? And all the hours that Adam's already spent to get us to this point.
Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rice.
let's put a bow on this tonight. The chair understands what everyone is looking for. If you could work with Adam to craft whatever, or if you could work with Adam to craft whatever duty description, take the one that you've got, tweak it so that it's got what it needs to be in there, but we need to put that job out there and we need to stop deliberating tonight.
I'll work with Jackie on it.
It can be done. It's not going to be, no one in this room right now is going to be 100% satisfied, but we can all kind of be consensus wise, understand that we're getting something out of that.
And how soon should we act when we find out if it is legal? Then what? Wait till May 24th?
We have,
Bring it back before the board?
I asked the chair to show some leadership here and move the question, whatever you need to do, but move forward with those two things. Legal sufficiency, job posting. Put it on an agenda for the future.
We can even consider an emergency meeting of the board. We have that provision. And it could be an agenda item of one item. To move it. Yeah, absolutely.
Once we find out if it's legal or not.
Legal sufficiency. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm satisfied with that. We love you, Bets. Look at it. It's 5 of 11.
Yeah.
Still early.
We are. Templeton is passionate and Gardner is passionate. You cannot deny that as tired as we all are, as frustrated as we all are, there's a lot of love in this place.
There is.
There is a lot of love in this place.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice.
I'm in the mind to make a motion to table items 6B and 6C. Unless the town administrator thought we needed to do something on Scout Hall. I think we need to just push the discussions to the next meeting.
You'll have the bids for the Scout Hall by the time May 24th comes. Or the bid results, I should say. Sorry, it's getting tired.
Yep. Tim, do you think you want me to make that motion to table the rest of our
Yes.
stuff?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to table items 6B and 6C for our May 24th meeting.
Motion duly made. Do I hear a second?
Looks
I will
like
second said motion. I will second said motion. Any discussion by the board? Hearing none, roll call vote. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes.
Mr. Curry?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Brings us up to item 7, board member administrator comments and reports.
I'll start. This being my last meeting, it's been enjoyable. I really liked serving on the board, working in government. I've tried to do my best to help out the residents. Particularly, I have gotten personal thanks from the residents on Stevens Way, Laurel View Road, to name a couple. Some people on Hubbardston Road. It's been enjoyable. And I will miss it, but I won't. I will be back at meetings, just sitting out there instead of here.
I knew we couldn't keep you out of this room.
Run for punishment, and I want to be a thorn in your side.
We have to move
So
you.
to speak. And I want to thank all the members that I've worked with. I've worked with Mike Curry on the advisory committee and on the board of selectmen. I've worked, like I said, John Kaplis, when I was on the board way back when, as becoming the town's standalone veterans service officer for our own district. I was on the board. I hired part of the board that hired Holly Young. I also want to take time to thank Luann Roya, 15 years, so how many years it was. She was the administrative assistant in the Board of Assessors office. The deputy assessor at the time was leaving, was moving on. I approached her and asked her if she was interested in taking that position, because I brought that before the board, and that was another good hire. And I want to thank her for her years of service. She was an administrative assistant in the sewer department. She was administrative assistant at the highway and at the Board of Assessors office before becoming the deputy assessor. She will be missed in that office. She just has a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience within the town, and that'll be missed for a while. Lori Weeder, the health agent, again, she was the administrative assistant in the Board of Health office way back when. She became the assistant Board of Health agent. She left, she came back. It was a joy to work with her. I was on the board when she became the assistant health agent. Worked with many town employees over the years. Tried to help them out. Mostly, I tried to help out the residents. Whether they agreed with me or I always succeeded, I don't know, but it's been enjoyable. I liked it, and I'm not going anywhere. And it's been good working with everybody currently on the board. And I'll see you at the end of town meeting. I'm not sure where I'll be sitting, but I'll be there.
You'll still be with us, because elections are the week following.
Plenty to say. So, thank you.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. Bennett for his years of service. It's his night, and it's been an honor and a privilege to see him in action and to serve on this board with him. So thank you, Jeff. That's all. Kudos.
Adam? Holly? Jackie? I will echo that, Jeff, you will be missed. It has been a pleasure. The board has not always come to a consensus. We've had split votes in the past. That's part of adulting and making the tough decisions and the tough discussions. But we have persevered, we've gotten through it. You know, I laud you and commend you for the 12 years of service between the advisory committee and the select board. And I know you're gonna be out here on one of the chairs.
And for his love of the residents, because he really
Absolutely.
had the residents' best
First couple
interest.
might be force of habit.
And real quick, Mr. Brio had his hand up.
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Bennett for his years of service to the community. He's always been the guy that's going to bring facts to the board. Good facts and knowledgeable information. So thank you for being of service to our community. It's been appreciated. That's it.
Last but certainly not least, Mr. Vice, any comments?
Yeah, just congratulations to Jeff. You know, I think his proclamation tonight that was well deserved. That's it.
Thank you for that. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Motion duly made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, the roll call vote. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths.
Yes.
Mr. Curry.
Yes.
I vote yes as well.